Chapter 347. The space trembled frantically. Suddenly, the piece of sky above the lake was torn open from the middle. Yi Shiwen was hidden at the bottom of the lake. He was operating the restraining breath technique at its utmost to hide his presence in its entirety. He narrowed his eyes and looked at what was happening. The lake was quite deep. However, it still couldn't hide an expert like Yi Shiwen who had such a high cultivation. A portal appeared. Many experts came out of it and gathered together. They were headed by a man who was approximately 30 years of age. He was clad in a brocade robe and appeared very mysterious. His daring demeanor and confident attitude could be seen on his face. One glance was enough to tell that he was an extraordinary person. Yi Shiwen tried to see through this man's cultivation. He estimated that this man was perhaps even stronger than Luo Yihang. He was probably at half-step Legendary's great, complete realm. He was only half a step away from entering the Sage realm. Such a cultivation level wasn't an easy thing to possess in this generation. He could be regarded as an extraordinarily talented person. Brother Fan, is this the underground territory located in the foreign battlefield, which is under the True Martial University's rule? A young man asked. He was clad in magnificent military attire. His cultivation was at half-step legendary 9th stage. He wasn't as strong as the aforementioned Brother Fan. However, he was also a very talented person. Yes, this is. It indeed is. In fact, an extraordinary figure was suppressed here in the ancient times. This is such an old matter that the people of True Martial University may not remember it. The True Martial University had just been established back then. The foreign star beasts had launched a sneak attack on the True Martial University shortly after. Many formidable experts of this university fought in that bloody battle. The evil god of those star beasts was suppressed here later. Afterwards, this world slowly birthed several strange beasts. Brother Fan said with a hint of smile on his face, "Perhaps this place would have fallen into oblivion if the first generation's ancestor of our Xian Yuan Palace Hall, too, hadn't unintentionally found some ancient records about it. Then, no one would have discovered its existence. The people of True Martial University can never even imagine that the Xian Yuan Palace Hall will be having ours trials underground while they are having theirs above it. True Martial University has suffered heavy losses. Many of its inheritances are incomplete, and several of its ancient books have ceased to exist. It has gained the reputation of the most authentic place for learning martial arts in the entire world. However, it is shallow in reality," that young man said as he laughed. He was obviously looking down upon the True Martial University. Yi Shiwen listened quietly. He made no movement or noise. He had already started pondering. He had thought that this place was a maiden land. However, he never expected that someone had already discovered this place. Moreover, it was obvious that this wasn't the first time they had come here. "I didn't expect them to be from the Xian Yuan Palace Hall," Yi Mo suddenly uttered in Yi Zaiwen's mind. "Do you know about Xian Yuan Palace Hall?" Yi Shiwen asked. Yes, the Devil World had once invaded the True Martial World 3 by Mo Jiao's people still secretly operate within the True Martial University. Hence, the Devil World also knew quite a bit about Zhan Wujia's situation and circumstances. Your Zhan Wujia is a vast continent surrounded by boundless seas from all sides. This continent is divided into 5 regions, namely East, West, North, South, and Central. It is said that the southern region is your human race's place of origin in the True Martial world, and the True Martial University was established around that time. The True Martial University was rich and powerful back then, and ruled the entire True Martial world. However, later the Devil World invaded, and the True Martial University took the lead to resist the invasion. The Devil Army retreated later, but only after the True Martial University had suffered huge losses. It no longer enjoyed its previous majestic reputation. Moreover, It could only hold on to the southern region since its influence in other regions slowly waned. Several small and large influences rose abruptly in the other regions. The Xianyuan Palace Hall is one amongst the best of them. In fact, it is arguably more rich and powerful than the true Martial University at present. It is an outstanding and well-known influence in its region. Yi Mo explained to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but hold his breath since he had a cold feeling in his heart. The true Martial University was already tyrannical enough. It recruited millions of new disciples each term. However, there were other forces which were actually not inferior to it. Moreover, there weren't one, but several such forces. Brother, the trials here are quite good. However, our Xianyuan Palace Hall also has such trial grounds. So why have we traveled thousands of miles to come here? It could turn into a serious matter if the people of the true Martial University were to find us. That young man said in a confused manner since he still didn't understand the true purpose of their visit. More people had been emerging from the portal. Hundreds of people had already gathered. Most were at half-step legendary 7th stage. Many were experts of half-step legendary 8th and 9th stage. Of course there is a reason. These star beasts that absorb star power are quite good to be used in trials. However, that evil god which had been suppressed here is most important. Brother Fan said, a star beast is entirely different from ordinary demon beasts or devil beasts. It is a magical creature that grows by absorbing the star power that exists in the universe. It feeds on the power of the star in order to survive. These beasts you see merely possess the bloodline of real star beasts. They cannot be considered as real star colossus. The real star colossi are as huge as the stars, just as the name suggests. They eat stars as food and are extremely rare. Moreover, the majorities of star beasts are muddle-headed and aren't much different from ordinary beasts in that respect. However, some of the star beasts are capable of awakening their spirit wisdom. They are the most terrifying beasts, and the most dreadful ones are known as star gods. They lead innumerable star colossi to conquer various stars. One such evil god has been suppressed here. He had once brought disaster upon the people of the true martial world. This had led to the true martial university's suddenly decline. Our palace hall's lord has sent us here to explore and investigate. He wishes to know if that evil god is dead or alive. We are supposed to plunder his corpse if he is dead. However, we must find a way to control him if he's alive. He is a supreme treasure either way. But this place isn't far from true Martial University's battlefront, and that's where they resist the invasion of star beasts. This university has many experts of Sage Realm and Great Sage Realm to keep a watch on this area. Our Lord's arrival would have alarmed those high-level experts of the true Martial University. How could have these treasures fall into our hands then? Brother Fong continued, furthermore, this place used to be a battlefield in the ancient times, so it would certainly have many secret books, magic weapons, etc., and it will make you a hell lot stronger if you manage to find a pseudo-sage tool. Then, you can even run amok once you return to the palace hall. Yi Shiwen listened calmly. However, he wasn't calm in his heart. He had never imagined that this place would have such a bitter secret. This meant that those groups of over 10,000 star beasts of legendary realm had actually evolved from that one star colossus. This showed that how powerful in existence that evil god really was. Star colossus. The creature suppressed here is actually a star colossus. Yi Mo also held his breath. A real star colossus is different from star beasts. The star beasts merely possess the blood of star colossus. A real star colossus can flip the true martial world upside down. They belong to a very scary ethnic group, although there aren't too many of them, but each of them has the power to shake the world. Yi Shiwen nodded. These star colossi must be extremely powerful if they could make even Yi Mo praise their world-shaking power. Forget about the present true martial university, which was already formidable enough. Its true power could be imagined from that time it used to be prosperous. However, even so, the true Martial University had failed to kill that star colossus with all its might, and the most it could do was to suppress it here. It had also led to its decline. Hence, one could imagine the power of the sealed star colossus. The recklessness of these people knows no bounds. They will be fortunate if that star colossus is dead. If it is alive and they try to control it, then I am afraid. Yi-Mo sneered. Brother, look at this group of strange fish beasts. It seems like they all were slaughtered in an instant. None live. It doesn't seem that they've been slaughtered by other star beasts. We've also found the skeletons of human beings in the vicinity. A sharp-eyed disciple had found dead bodies lying on the ground. It is not good. Has this place been found? Damn! Brother Fan cursed loudly. We must investigate quickly. Damn it! We will immediately leave if we come across sage experts. However, we will kill any disciples of the true Martial University who are going through the trial. We must plug the loopholes and ensure that this secret remains hidden. Brother Fan clenched his teeth and said, his facial expression was quite fierce. Yes, the disciples of Xian Yuan Palace Hall agreed in a chorus. They advanced deeper into the underground world. They were negligent in the fact that they didn't expect that someone could be hiding nearby. They searched the surroundings once, but didn't find anyone. Then, they flew away one after another. Afterwards, Yi Shiwen quietly came out of the lake. Yi Shiwen heaved a sigh of relief. The consequences would have been inconceivable if those people were to find him. These disciples of Xian Yuan Palace Hall were far more tyrannical than those disciples of the true Martial University, let alone that Brother Fan who was at half-step Legendary's great, complete realm. Even those experts of half-step legendary 8th and 9th stage could combine and set up a death trap for Yi Shiwen. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. I find this matter quite strange already. The Sword Code and Divine Ho disappeared here, and now these disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall have arrived. Everything is in a complete mess in here, Yi-Mo said. Yes, it is getting more and more chaotic. I must have a breakthrough. My combat strength will be enough to beat the experts of half-step legendary 9th stage once I break through to half-step legendary 6th stage. In fact, I want you to fear that Brother Fan either, Yi Shiwen said. He clearly felt his own lack of strength. He wasn't at the top strength-wise, even among those disciples of the younger generation who had burst through the city gate to enter the city earlier. Well, this lake is made up of liquefied spirit energy. You can take it and use it for cultivation. You won't find something like this in the outside world, Yi-Mo said. Yes, to be continued. Notes 1. Half-step legendary 9th peak note. Those who can have 9 breakthroughs within half-step legendary realm can skip legendary realm altogether and have a direct jump from half-step legendary's great, complete realm to sage realm. 2. Xian Yuan. It's the personal name of Huangdi, the Yellow Emperor. It is also the name of the star Regulus. 3. Zhan Wujia, also known as True Martial World, is the name of the continent this story is currently based in. 4. By Mo Jiao, it's an organization of devil worshippers which keep attacking humans. They want to bring the rule of devils in True Martial World. The English translation for by Mo Jiao would be Devil Worship Religion. Chapter 348. Half a month passed in an instant. This underground world had changed tremendously over the course of this time. At least 1/3 of the several thousands who had arrived here had died. They hadn't been killed by those star beasts. They had been killed by the disciples of Xian Yuan Palace Hall. Only Yi Shiwen knew about these people from Xian Yuan Palace Hall. Everyone else thought that them to be a group from the True Martial University. After all, this was the True Martial University's territory. No one had imaged that other forces might also arrive here. Perhaps Yi Shiwen would have felt the same if he hadn't seen them coming out of the portal. He wouldn't have believed that some people could have traveled across a huge region through that portal to arrive here in secrecy. This was beyond everyone's expectation. So much so that the disciples of the true Marshall University didn't even contact the outside world. Some people did return to that pit to exit the underground world. However, they found that that pit had already been mended. This had incited panic among those experts. They had never come across such situation. No one knew how things took this turn. However, Yi Shiwen knew that this must have been the Xian Yuan Palace Hall's disciples' doing. But how could they dare to do such an audacious thing? The entire true Marshall University would burn with anger if they come to know about this matter. The true Marshall University was still the overlord of the southern region despite its decline. True Marshall World 1 was world's strongest force, and its rage was sufficient to create trouble for the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. It was chaotic outside. However, Yi Shiwen only thought of one thing: to enhance his strength. Only the relentless enhancement in his strength could help him in dealing with impending chaos. He especially needed to deal with those Xian Yuan Palace Hall disciples. He knew that they intended to eliminate all disciples of the true Marshall University present here. Moreover, they had great strength since they had several experts of half-step legendary ninth stage. This was far higher than this term's experts in true Marshall University. Only Luo Yihang and Sword Sage could contend the experts of half-step legendary ninth stage. Moreover, the other party also had that brother Fan, and he was at half-step Legendry's great, complete realm. One couldn't rely on others. One could only trust themselves. Yi Shiwen had accumulated a lot of star power and had initiated the process to condense the earth over this time. However, he had wanted to condense the earth to perfection since it held a special status in his heart. An intense, rumbling sound reverberated at a distance. Huge, mountain-like figures were getting closer. These strange beasts were called mountain giants. They were born out of this territory and were full of star power. These mountain giants were more powerful than the species of mountain giants found on the outside. Their bodies were the most tyrannical defense. They were only over 1,000 in number. However, their mere walk was enough to produce rumbling sounds. They marched forward like a magnificent army. It was very scary. These mountain giants belonged to a tribal group. They had formed an army formation and migrated at a very slow pace. This was an incomparably huge army. A sharp-eyed mountain giant spotted Yi Shiwen and immediately roared. These mountain giants began to move. Their appearance gave no sense of sluggishness in their demeanor. In fact, they were quite flexible. It seemed as if huge mountains were dashing towards Yi Shiwen from afar. Each mountain giant had a huge stone club in its hand. They looked very tyrannical. It seemed as if their stone clubs could smash the sky to pieces. They were barely more than 1,000 in number, but they had enough strength to ensure their safety. Whish! A violent sound reverberated. It seemed as if the air had been torn. The vanguard team of mountain giants had already arrived. They were headed by a rather huge mountain giant. It brandished its huge stone club and produced an ear-piercing sound. It would seem as if the space had been shattered. A strong shadow took shape out of nothing and shrouded Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen, kill these mountain giants and you'll be able to condense the planet. These mountain giants are different from ordinary star beasts. Their bodies are made up of stones. Moreover, their bodies are tempered and refined by star power. Thus, they contain a lot of star power. This much star power will be enough for you to condense the earth to perfection. Yi Mo quickly said. Generally, even the little star beasts possessed significant star power. Then, how could these massive mountain giants not have it in abundance? In fact, the amount of star power in their bodies was so high that the leftover star power after Earth's creation would be enough to prepare for the next breakthrough. Yi Shiwen moved into action and summoned the Hans Han seal, too. This Hans Han seal unexpectedly brought a glimmer of twinkling stars as it appeared above. Even Yi Shiwen hadn't expected this. It seemed like he had undergone a huge change after absorbing so much star power. Bang! A huge mountain fell from the sky like a giant stone dragon. It pressed towards several of those mountain giants. These mountain giants swung their stone clubs towards that falling mountain. These stone clubs formed a huge shadow, and it rushed towards the descending mountain like a stone dragon. Bang! It appeared as if two huge stone dragons had maliciously collided in the sky, each strangling the other to death. Yi Shiwen snorted. He shot a big hand and grabbed those stone clubs. Suddenly, the shadow of that stone dragon got crushed, and the Han seal finally suppressed downward. Bang! 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 Dozens of mountain giants were crushed in moments, since they didn't get enough time to escape. Each mountain giant had extraordinary strength. In fact, they didn't even require martial skill. One could tell from their enormous bodies that each was enough to face dozens of enemies. What exquisite martial skills would they need? They were one strong group, and could smash their enemies with one swing of their clubs. What control could one have on such creatures that could smash their enemies to explosion? What was the need of martial skills? However, they were very sluggish in nature. They wouldn't become skillful even if they were given a chance to be, since they weren't laborious. Yi Shiwen rushed into this army of mountain giants and went on a killing spree. These mountain giants were massive like mountains, as their name suggested. However, they started to look smaller after they got killed. It was a magnificent sight. Yi Shiwen slaughtered them crazily. Soon he had effortlessly killed hundreds of mountain giants with his long blade. But this massacre aroused the indignation of the mountain giant king. This mountain giant king was clearly bigger than other mountain giants. It was extraordinarily conspicuous even in a very large crowd of incomparably huge mountain giants. The power within its body started to boil up. It swung its huge stone club at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen shot his long blade again, and it maliciously slashed towards the huge stone club. That stone club in Mountain Giant King's hand was basically a stone club. However, it smashed down like a mountain in Yi Shiwen's eyes. Bang! The two completely unequally sized weapons collided, and a terrifying power swept across. The strength of this Mountain Giant King was ridiculous. It had always used the toughness of its body to compete against multiple opponents. Unfortunately, today he had come across Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's body was even more powerful. The practitioner could tear gods and devils with bare hands if the gilded tyrant form were practiced to the pinnacle level. Yi Shiwen hadn't practiced it to the pinnacle level yet, and legendary experts could use their skills and higher cultivation levels to suppress him. However, it was impossible to suppress him by using just one's physical strength and bodily toughness. Perhaps that person with the special physique of a titan could pose a challenge to Yi Shiwen's tyrant form. But how could Yi Shiwen believe it unless they would have a showdown? Yi Shiwen was quite confident about his gilded tyrant form. He wouldn't spare the person who dared to provoke him, whether one had a titan body or anything else. That person with the titan body could take a hike. Yi Shiwen believed that his gilded tyrant form was the strongest. This was the reason he had stuck to it. "Go to hell, human!" that mountain giant king shouted loudly. The intense, rumbling sound burst out like the sound of mighty bell. It couldn't believe that a human was challenging it on equal terms. No human had been able to match its strength. However, Yi Shiwen hadn't used his full strength yet. Yi Shiwen sneered. He avoided that stone club which had swept at him. Then he instantly flew over the head of that mountain giant king. Clang! The sword in tension soared in the sky. It formed 100-meter-long sword and swept down at the mountain giant king. The so-called gigantic body of mountain giant king collapsed and broke down to pieces. Only an immense inner stone was left behind, and Yi Shiwen hastily collected it. The remaining task was a piece of cake for Yi Shiwen once he had slaughtered this mountain giant king. The other mountain giants were no match for him. He killed them all, just the way clouds are swept away by the strong winds. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that his small, complete realm had reached perfection after he had absorbed the great amounts of star power. But one luminous spot inside his universe frantically began to emit rays of light. It attracted massive amounts of star power towards itself. Dark clouds began to gather in Yi Zaiwen's direction. Yi Shiwen looked up towards the black clouds in the sky. He understood that it was natural for the heavenly tribulation to arrive following the completion of his realm. Yi Shiwen clenched his fists tightly and shouted, "Come on!" To be continued. Notes: Zhan Wu Jie equals True Martial World Hans Seal equals Shaking Mountain Seal. Chapter 349. Clouds in the sky turned more and more dense. The layer of clouds rapidly blackened, as if black ink had spilled over it. It appeared as if a thunder dragon was rolling and flickering in the clouds. A strong suppressive force swept down. This mighty force could easily make one feel exceptionally insignificant. Crash bang! The lightning fell from the clouds and severely crashed down. The lightning didn't appear like a thunder dragon this time. Rather, it appeared like a group of thunder dragons that had rushed down one after another. They crazily fell upon Yi Shiwen, as if to bite him to death. Those thunder dragons could not bite Yi Zaiwen's body owing to his gilded tyrant form. However, they were able to grab him with their claws. This left his body stained with blood in several places. Berserk lightning and thunder wreaked havoc on his body. His body was roasted and turned black. Yi Shiwen frowned. These attacks were far more tyrannical than before. Yi Zaiwen's golden divinities transformed into a small statue of his figure and bombarded those thunder dragons. This small statue butchered them with its bare hands and then absorbed them in their entirety. One could say that it was just a minor tribulation for Yi Shiwen, nothing more. It was hard to tell how long the lightning and thunder had been ravaging Yi Zaiwen's body. He was unceasingly operating his observing person scripture in order to guide the star power and lightning energy inside him. The luminous spots within Yi Zaiwen's body had begun to tremble crazily, though these spots hadn't formed the stars yet. Then, the thunder tribulation slowly spread in the sky. A tall figure appeared in the clouds. It was staring at Yi Shiwen with its ice-cold eyes. Yi Shiwen could feel an ice-cold, killing intention coming from that figure. Then it blew his hair backward. This killing intention was different from any he had felt before. He felt a deathly chill getting directed towards him from that ice-cold look. Yi Shiwen looked up and realized that it was a lightning ape. It was quite tall, almost 3 meters in height. Its ice-cold aura could easily scare off most people. Yi Shiwen felt that this lightning ape looked very similar to human beings, to living creatures in general. It seemed as if this lightning ape had its own power of thought. It was clearly visible how terrifying this lightning ape really was. Yi Zaiwen's expression was solemn. He realized that this must be the trump card of this heavenly tribulation. Perhaps his cultivation would immediately rise to an inconceivable degree in case he successfully made it through it. However, it would be a dead end for him if he wasn't able to pass through. This was the reason why most people were afraid of crossing the heavenly tribulations. It involved too great a risk. One could possibly die if they didn't pass through it. If not that, they would at least risk serious injuries. However, Yi Zaiwen's case was different. He would definitely die in case he couldn't get through this battle formation of thunder tribulations. It was impossible to escape from such a heavenly tribulation with just injuries. Yi Shiwen didn't feel lucky, since he knew he had no other option but to move forward. He must take large strides forward and overcome all the obstacles that stood in his path. He could sense that this lightning ape wasn't a living creature. Rather, it had been condensed from the heavenly tribulation's consciousness in its entirety. That lightning ape's expression was ice cold, and its aura was very terrifying. Precisely, it was a killing machine. However, its strength was very tyrannical, perhaps even more than Yi Zaiwen's. Its strength wasn't at the level of half-step legendary ninth stage. However, it still seemed even more terrifying than the experts of ninth stage. Yi Shiwen had fought with lightning beasts earlier. However, those beasts didn't have enough wisdom. They just used their instincts to fight. There had been no reason for Yi Shiwen to worry as he had dealt with them. Hence, he had easily slaughtered many such beasts. However, this lightning ape was different. Yi Shiwen unexpectedly saw a trace of wisdom in its eyes. Moreover, one couldn't guess the exact of its strength's tyranny. Perhaps its strength wasn't inferior to Yi Zaiwen's. Yi Shiwen was fully concentrated on crazily operating the observing person scripture. The lightning and thunder were still striking everywhere from the sky. However, he was focused on his crazy pursuit to condense the earth. Yi Zaiwen's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds once he succeeded in doing this. Roar! That lightning ape roared loudly and rushed towards Yi Shiwen. It hopped and arrived in front of him just like a real ape would. Its speed was very fast. It drew a long wave of lighting in the sky as it effortlessly approached him. The lightning ape shot Monkey Fist 1. Moreover, it was an extremely profound monkey fist and appeared quite horrifying. It seemed as if this fist attack had been launched by an extremely profound expert who had practiced for countless years. The suppressive force in this terrifying martial art went towards Yi Shiwen. The lightning fist attack rushed towards Yi Shiwen. It was an overwhelming attack, since it brought along the very principles of Tao. Monkey fist wasn't an extremely profound fist technique. However, this particular attack of the lightning ape had enormous might. There's no such thing as weak technique. The crucial point is to see who is using it. Yi Shiwen didn't retreat, nor did he hold back. A Han seal, too, smashed down. It swept down from above like a huge mountain. Bang! A huge explosion occurred. The lightning ape smashed the Han seal with its fists. Then, it immediately arrived in front of Yi Shiwen and continued to attack with its fists. This was the most terrifying attack so far. Yi Shiwen had no choice but to face the enemy with his coiling dragon palm. He used the move Hidden Dragon Rises from the Abyss. His hands immediately turned into dragon claws in order to counter the incoming fist attack. Bang! The fist attack and the palm attack collided into each other. The two strong forces began to boil up and instantly swept across the surroundings. The space itself was shattered in the process. Yi Shiwen felt a terrifying electric current leaping along his arm within a split second of the collision, and it directly spread over his entire body. Suddenly, his entire body had been paralyzed. He was taken aback. It was almost impossible for an ordinary lightning to actually injure him owing to the strength of his gilded tyrant form, let alone paralyze his body. The lightning should have been destroyed as soon as it had come in contact with his real elemental energy 3. However, this lightning ape had unexpectedly succeeded in paralyzing him. The lightning ape saw through this chink in Yi Zaiwen's armor. One could say that it was a killing machine. It immediately rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. Its fist contained the might of countless lightning and thunder as it pounded on Yi Zaiwen's chest. Bang! Yi Shiwen was instantaneously sent flying upside down. His ribs had been broken. Even his internal organs were near ruptured. Blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, his entire body was paralyzed. Yi Shiwen almost fainted. Such a bitter battle had only taken place when he had confronted enemies with far superior strength. However, Yi Shiwen had never been beaten up so miserably by an expert of the same realm as his. An ordinary fist attack from this opponent of the same realm had left him in such a miserable state. It was an extremely rare occurrence, even impossible. However, Yi Shiwen had been able to sustain this lightning ape's monkey fist because of his gilded tyrant form. Perhaps an ordinary expert would have lost their life to this attack. In fact, they wouldn't have been able to block this fist attack. Yi Shiwen sighed with sorrow. This terrifying heavenly tribulation had become more and more terrible. However, he didn't have time to think about all this. He opened his devil wings and quickly left his position. A terrifying electric light ferociously smashed the place where he had standing almost simultaneously. Bang! The electric light dispersed. However, that lightning ape's fist attack had smashed the ground surface into pieces. This lightning ape's fighting style was quite average, and not that wonderful either. However, it was living up to the reputation of lightning speed, since it was made up of lightning. It would have been impossible for Yi Shiwen to avoid this attack if he hadn't opened his devil wings. In fact, he might succumb to this attack. Yi Shiwen quickly took the advantage of this gap between the two attacks of the ape. His phoenix regeneration technique hastily began to repair his wounds. What kind of a heavenly tribulation is this? How can it be so terrifying? Yi Shiwen gasped as he said. The phoenix regeneration technique unceasingly repaired his ruptured and shriveled chest. Soon, it had been restored to its normal condition. The blood wasn't gushing out from the corner of his mouth anymore. However, he hadn't been able to restore to his peak condition yet. That would take time. That lightning ape looked upward when it saw that the opposite party couldn't attack. It then roared loudly and rushed towards Yi Shiwen. It seemed as if each of its steps would break the heavens. Its terrifying suppressive force was firmly locked on Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't get any time to relax. The monkey fist shook the heaven and earth. It seemed as if it would squash the entire universe as it arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. The power contained in this fist attack was fairly average. However, it was incomparably quick and was about to hit Yi Shiwen. In fact, it seemed as if he would get crushed into fine powder. Yi Shiwen had no time to think. He immediately shot his coiling dragon palm. It transformed into a golden dragon in the sky. It instantly went towards that lightning ape and used its claws to tear it into two halves. Meanwhile, the lightning ape's power also surged up instead of decreasing. It struck Yi Shiwen's chest with its fist and opened a big hole. Puff! Yi Shiwen spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest was nearly broken, and this left him nearly breathless. He was panting and gasping for breath. The phoenix regeneration technique began to operate crazily within his body. The speed at which that big hole in his chest was being repaired could be seen with naked eyes. The lightning ape ignored Yi Shiwen and seemed to be recovering quickly as well. Its body, which had been split into two parts, had already rejoined within a few moments. In fact, it had fully recovered. Its healing speed was superior to Yi Shiwen's phoenix generation technique, since it in itself was nothing but a bundle of energy. Therefore, its speed of restoration was bound to be faster. It could effortlessly heal itself. Even the healing speed of Yi Shiwen's phoenix regeneration technique didn't stand a chance in comparison. To be continued. Notes: Monkey Fist. It's a popular boxing type martial art. Hans Seal equals Shaking Mountain Seal Genuine equals real elemental energy. Just in case the readers have forgotten. Making a switch from pinyin may confuse some readers who are used to previously used terms. Chapter 350. This was a terrifying battle. Yi Shiwen had fallen into a comprehensive, disadvantageous position. The lightning ape was like a killing machine that had no flaws. The monkey fist it demonstrated seemed simple, but it had far more power than it should have. It was extremely frightening. Yi Shiwen needed to be quicker than this lightning ape. This was the most crucial point. However, Yi Shiwen's body had turned numb. The injuries sustained during the battle weren't a major concern for him. However, the electric attack had made his body numb. This had turned into a major problem. He was lagging behind and needed to catch up with that lightning ape. Otherwise, it would become very difficult for him to continue with the fight. That lightning ape rushed over in a flash. It swept its slender yet powerful tail and instantly swept Yi Shiwen away. Yi Shiwen was sent flying. He came to a halt after he crashed into a mountain. Blood unceasingly flowed out from the corners of his mouth. He had suffered serious injuries, one after another. So much so that the Phoenix regeneration technique couldn't repair his injuries at this pace. That lightning ape didn't give him any opportunity to take rest. Yi Shiwen unceasingly operated the Phoenix regeneration technique to repair his wounds. Yi Shiwen, you can't go on like this. You'll certainly die if you continue to fight like this. Yi Mo said. I know, but there is no other way. Yi Shiwen roared. He brandished the long blade he held in his hand towards that lightning ape. He put everything into the attack. Yi Zaiwen's movement had slowed down, but that lightning ape's movement had come nowhere near close to being slow. It rushed towards Yi Shiwen like a golden god of lightning and attacked mercilessly. Puchi! That lightning ape was cleaved into two halves by Yi Shiwen. However, its attacks also arrived in a flash. Yi Shiwen was already prepared for it and escaped quickly. Panting, panting, panting. Yi Shiwen was panting unceasingly. However, most injuries on his body had been restored. Yet the numbness hadn't reduced much. On the contrary, it had intensified. Yi Shiwen, you must resolve this situation. Otherwise, you won't be able to fight. You may collapse first. Yi Mo said. Yi Mo didn't need to state this fact. Perhaps the strength of that lightning ape was the same as Yi Shiwen, but it was still extremely tyrannical. However, this wasn't the biggest problem. The biggest problem was that electric energy, which kept paralyzing his body. It was making his movements slower and slower. He didn't wish to see himself getting thrashed like this, slowly and steadily. Use your divinities to counter its electric energy, Yi Mo reminded. However, Yi Mo didn't need to remind him since he had already started doing the same. The divinities were boiling on his body. They began to circulate all over his body, and thus formed a giant golden armor. That lightning ape recovered effortlessly, that too in the blink of an eye. Its cold eyes flashed like the lightning as it looked towards Yi Shiwen. It immediately released an electric light, and it flickered in front of Yi Shiwen. Bang! Yi Zaiwen's palm attack and the monkey fist ferociously collided into each other. The electric light pierced through the air and almost broke through Yi Zaiwen's thick divine armor. However, the power of this electric light got exhausted and it couldn't penetrate his armor. This boosted Yi Zaiwen's confidence. He continued to beat up that lightning ape with a barrage of palm attacks and opened a big hole in its chest. However, the lightning ape didn't bother about the palm attack and instantaneously shot its fist on Yi Zaiwen's body. Bang! Yi Shiwen was sent flying. However, there was a trace of smile on his face. He took the advantage of this situation and repaired many of his wounds. The electric attack of that lightning ape was the most troublesome thing for Yi Shiwen. He wasn't afraid of other things. After all, that lightning ape wasn't a human being. It wasn't as cunning as human beings. Most other things would be simple to deal with once he could restrain this numbness. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen and the lightning ape struggled hard. No one could tell how many rounds they had fought by now. Even that lightning ape felt powerless in this kind of battle despite being entirely made up of lightning. Its stature had decreased from 3 meters to only 2. Yi Shiwen had been in a disadvantageous position initially, but he was slowly suppressing that lightning ape now. However, he was still unceasingly absorbing its lightning, and was then transforming it into energy. He was gradually condensing the earth within his body. It had slowly started to look very similar to the earth from his previous life. Suddenly, several unexpected visitors appeared outside the layer of tribulation clouds. Yi Shiwen, it's not good. Some people have arrived outside the heavenly tribulation. Yi Mo promptly alerted him. Yi Shiwen swept out his soul search. He found out that they were the same disciples of Xian Yuan Palace Hall, whom he had seen earlier. They were headed by that man of half-step legendary ninth stage, the one who had been talking to Brother Fan earlier. Over 100 disciples of Xian Yuan Palace Hall had gathered up. 4 of them were at half-step legendary ninth stage, and 6 were at legendary ninth stage. In total, there were 10 people of this level, including the lead man. The leader was clad in a brilliant military dress. His countenance showed indifference. He was watching the fight between the Lightning Ape and Yi Shiwen. 4 disciples of Xian Yuan Palace Hall stood behind him. They were at 7th or 8th stage of either half-step legendary realm or legendary realm. Brother Fong Qin, I didn't expect that we would see a disciple of true martial university passing through the heavenly tribulation here. He is extremely reckless. He dares to cross this tribulation in this kind of environment. An expert of legendary 8th stage sneered and said, he had been forced to jump straight from half-step legendary 7th stage to legendary 8th stage, since he had no way to continue to cultivate within half-step legendary realm. However, he was still regarded as an outstanding expert amongst his peers. It was natural for him to be arrogant. Yi Shiwen would be screaming injustice if would come to know of his man's words. However, there was no place which was 100% safe for him in a territory like this. He had no option but to cross the heavenly tribulation here. He had anticipated that the heavenly tribulation would scare away those star beasts. However, he didn't expect that it would attract the disciples of Xian Yuan Palace Hall. This tribulation is quite scary. To take on such a strange and terrifying heavenly tribulation, it seems that this person is one of the top geniuses of true martial university. Another expert of half-step legendary 7th stage said. Even Fong Qin was shaken after watching the fight between Yi Shiwen and the Lightning Ape. His countenance changed as he witnessed such a terrifying battle, particularly after watching that awful fighting method in which both the parties were blasting the other to open severe wounds on their enemy's body. However, we must kill him. He will become a peerless genius of true martial university in future if we leave him alive. It will be best if we can strangle him in the cradle. A disciple of Xian Yuan Palace Hall suggested. The other disciples nodded in unison. The relationship between true martial university and Xian Yuan Palace Hall couldn't be dubbed as very unfriendly, since the latter was the subordinate force of true martial university at some point in the past. In fact, they maintained a fairly decent relation in public eye. However, there was no one here, and they could easily kill Yi Shiwen. No one would ever come to know about this. They didn't know what kind of heavenly tribulation Yi Shiwen was crossing. However, they knew that it was an extremely strange and terrifying one. He was certain to become an extremely tyrannical person in the future if he could cross it. Those 4 disciples came out from behind Fong Qin and surrounded Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen hadn't crossed the heavenly tribulation yet. They didn't dare to enter the domain of tribulation because they would suffer huge losses if the heavenly tribulation were to mistakenly identify them as his helpers. Yi Shiwen, perhaps these disciples of Xian Yuan Palace Hall are planning to kill you, Yi Mo said. Humph, I know, but let them be pleased with themselves for a while. Perhaps they'll have the chance to kill me if they rush inside now, but they will die once I finish crossing this tribulation. Yi Shiwen hadn't heard their conversation. However, he knew what they were thinking. They had planned to kill him just when he would complete the tribulation, since he'd be exhausted. However, they didn't know that he had a wonderful healing technique, the Phoenix regeneration technique. Their idea could only be deemed as futile. Will they rush inside? Perhaps a group of apes will appear in the sky if they will rush inside. It will be like a nest of apes here when that time comes. Yi Mo chuckled and said. Yi Shiwen pushed back that lightning ape and nodded. It wouldn't cause great changes in an ordinary heavenly tribulation if they were to intervene. However, Yi Shiwen was crossing an extremely terrifying heavenly tribulation. A group of lightning apes might actually appear if they were to intervene. That would be devastating for everyone. Hence, Yi Shiwen didn't dare to lure them inside. Yi Mo, begin! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. The heavenly source mirror had stayed hidden for long. It suddenly flew out and emitted scarlet rays of light towards that lightning ape. That lightning ape had already been exhausted to a great extent in the battle. It was no match for the heavenly source mirror and was instantly entangled by the light. Yi Shiwen didn't miss the opportunity. He suddenly flew up and arrived in front of that lightning ape. He shot his palms. They turned into a pair of dragon claws and instantaneously tore apart that lightning ape. The lightning ape turned into purest form of lightning energy after it had been torn apart. It was then absorbed by Yi Shiwen. It entered inside his universe, and the earth instantly took shape. Bang! Yi Zaiwen's imposing aura surged up in a flash. He had finally arrived at half-step legendary 6th stage. He is really an adept genius of true martial university. But, unfortunately, he's going to die. To be continued. Chapter 351. Suddenly, a few figures swept down from the sky. These were disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. They had seen that Yi Shiwen had just crossed the heavenly tribulation, and his entire body was covered in wounds. Such a tragic sight it was. However, they didn't hesitate. They rushed over since they knew that they would have to pay a heavy price in order to kill him if they allowed him to recover. As for the possibility of being unable to kill Yi Shiwen, that was a joke. How could that be possible? Fang Chen sneered as he came down flying. He looked at Yi Shiwen. One could see a feeling of superiority in his eyes. It was as if he was looking down at Yi Shiwen. Who are you? Yi Shiwen pretended that he didn't know them, so that he could secretly operate the Phoenix Generation technique nonstop to repair his wounds. It repaired his wounds within no time. His strength had also been restored to some extent. Soon his physical condition would see a complete recovery. He was just concerned about healing the deep injuries that had reached his bones. The superficial flesh wounds weren't a matter of concern since they couldn't do anything apart from causing some pain. Yi Shiwen obviously wasn't in a rush to repair these superficial wounds. He allowed them to believe that he had just crossed the heavenly tribulation and was in a weak condition. He was looking for an opportunity to catch them off guard so he could eliminate them in one fell swoop. After all, the enemy side had a leader who was at the half-step legendary 9th stage, and this man was watching him very attentively. An expert of the legendary 9th stage wasn't a major concern for Yi Shiwen. The potential of a mere legendary 9th stage expert was nothing in Yi Zaiwen's eyes. However, the strength and potential of an expert who had practiced to half-step legendary 9th stage could be considered top-notch. Such an expert would become a fearful existence of the sage realm in the future. How could such a person not have their own hidden secrets? In fact, these secrets must prevented them from giving up practice midway. Boy, we're disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. We're telling you this so that you don't die with any remaining grievances. An expert of half-step legendary 7th stage sneered and said. Other people seemed to have no interest in stopping him. Yi Shiwen was already dead in their opinion. Therefore, how could he possibly disseminate this information even if he were to find out? Yi Shiwen sneered. He just wanted to buy some time. Perhaps they didn't think that he could recover in such short time. However, their intestines would have turned green with regret if they had known it. It's not good. He is buying time. Everyone attack at once. Fang Chen's complexion changed, and he immediately yelled. He had noticed that Yi Zaiwen's breathing was becoming steadier and steadier over the course of the conversation. This indicated that he had recovered a lot. Who didn't have 1 or 2 healing techniques nowadays? But the merits of these techniques varied greatly. Yi Shiwen had sustained serious injuries. Fang Chen had initially estimated that Yi Shiwen would require more than 2 hours to heal, that too by using a quick and top-notch healing technique. However, he had never imagined that Yi Shiwen would have the miraculous Phoenix generation technique. However, this didn't stop him from issuing the judgment. Yi Shiwen had obviously been biding time. Fan Chen thought that a few minutes of delay wouldn't save Yi Shiwen. "You're reacting now. It's too late," Yi Shiwen shouted. His terrifying aura swept across the surroundings in a heartbeat. Yi Shiwen had deliberately kept some superficial wounds on his body to fool others, but they had suddenly been repaired within a few breaths. "You Xian Yuan Palace Hall disciples consider yourself big shots, don't you? You wanted to eliminate the true Martial University's disciples, so you sealed this underground place to block any contact from outside world. That's indeed ambitious." Yi Shiwen sneered. "How do you know that?" Fan Chen looked at Yi Shiwen in astonishment. He could clearly remember that no one was spying around when he had spoken about this matter, and it was impossible for him to speak about this matter in front of an outsider. It would be better if this matter was wrapped up as secretly as possible. The consequences would be inconceivable if the true Martial University were to find out. Fan Chen looked at Yi Shiwen. The killing intention had started to flourish in his eyes. He couldn't let Yi Shiwen escape. He needed to kill Yi Shiwen here. "How do I know? Well, even the walls have ears. You guys shouldn't dream about leaving this place alive. You're more than 100 in number. 4 of you are at half-step legendary 9th stage, and 1 is at half-step legendary's great, complete realm. Your palace hall's lord will get a solid heartache if you guys die at once," Yi Shiwen said coldly. Practicing to legendary 9th stage was simple. However, practicing to half-step legendary 9th stage was very difficult. True Martial University had welcomed over 1 million people this term. One must consider that they all must had numerous fortuitous encounters before their enrollment. However, barely 50 people had practiced to half-step legendary 9th stage, and around 10 people reached the half-step legendary great complete realm. They were considered as geniuses among geniuses. These people were like the treasure of their respective forces. These people had their own archive. They were treated as key targets and were given proper protection. The death of any such expert might even shake the corresponding backing force. "You know so much. Now you're doomed for certain. We won't allow you to escape," Fan Chen said coldly. He was in no hurry, since he was certain that Yi Shiwen would die. "People like you think that they can kill me?" Yi Shiwen sneered and then moved. He left a trail of golden afterimages as he arrived in front of an expert of half-step legendary 7th stage. "You are courting death." The expert of half-step legendary 7th stage was somewhat amazed by Yi Shiwen's speed. However, he was in no hurry either. He suddenly spat lightning from his mouth. It was an extremely high-level and mysterious skill. That lightning struck like the rain of lightning during heavenly tribulation. However, it was very unfortunate that they hadn't arrived here earlier. Otherwise, they would have seen how Yi Shiwen had faced that shower of thunder weapons. In fact, they would have seen that he hadn't budged one bit. Yi Shiwen sneered and stretched out his big hand. His golden divinities started to boil. He grabbed the lightning and crushed it. It exploded but couldn't injure him. His big golden hand immediately transformed into a dragon claw and slapped that expert. Bang! That expert of half-step legendary 7th stage had no time to dodge. He was turned into blood fog by Yi Shiwen. How can it happen? It is impossible. The disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall couldn't believe their eyes. Yi Shiwen's palm attack had slapped an expert of half-step legendary 7th stage to death. In fact, the man hadn't even been able to fight back. This was entirely different from what they had thought. They thought that they could suppress Yi Shiwen with a slight effort. Exterminating him should have been nothing for them. However, they didn't expect that this would happen. Fan Chen suddenly turned furious. Yi Shiwen had killed his man in the blink of an eye, That too, right before his eyes. He was embarrassed by this. His face looked like a red fruit. Fang Chen moved into action and launched an attack. A startling divine beam swept out towards Yi Shiwen. It shattered the space and took along everything that came in its path. Yi Shiwen sneered as saw the incoming attack. He then brandished his long blade. His real elemental energy frantically rushed to its tip. The long blade surprisingly began to radiate brilliant starlight. It seemed as if hundreds of thousands of stars had exploded in front of Fang Chen. He simply didn't get any time to react, and his divine beam was torn to bits by Yi Zaiwen's blade light. The blade light then swept forward. It appeared as if it would sweep away everything in its path. Bang! Fang Chen's real elemental energy protective layer had been torn apart by Yi Shiwen. Puff! Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. The divine armor on his body had been cracked open by Yi Shiwen. Blood gushed out from the wound on his chest. It was extremely terrifying. Fang Chen looked towards Yi Shiwen in amazement. He hadn't anticipated that Yi Shiwen could have such formidable strength. Yi Zaiwen's aura was clearly at half-step legendary 6th stage. Therefore, they were so confident that they'd be able to kill him. In fact, anyone in their team should have been able to kill him one-on-one. However, they hadn't expected that this matter wouldn't turn out to bet as they had predicted. Yi Zaiwen's tyranny was far beyond their imagination. Fortunately, he had used all his strength in that hasty retreat. This had allowed him to avoid Yi Zaiwen's attack. Else he would have died. You guys will die today. Yi Shiwen coldly looked towards Fang Chen and those other 3 disciples. He then said, "Not just you. All the disciples of your sect must die. Go kill him. I want to see him dead." Fang Chen quickly shouted. The remaining 3 disciples of Xianyuan Palace Hall rushed towards Yi Shiwen without any trace of hesitation. They could see that his strength was extraordinarily tyrannical, to the extent that he could be considered a humanoid monster. They were no match for him in their individual capacity, but perhaps they stood a chance if they formed a team. However, how could Yi Shiwen allow them to succeed? He paid no heed to their attacks and continued to pursue Fang Chen. He sneered, and his long blade swept out a horrifying light. Bang! The blade light exploded into terrifying rays of light. These rays blew off the tip of Fang Chen's nose. Fang Chen shouted like a demented person as he saw that long blade approach closer and closer. "I am a genius. I must prove that I can enter the great sage realm in the future. How can I die here? I don't want to die. I am not willing to die. Ah." His voice hadn't faded when Yi Zaiwen's long blade struck him. Pucci! Fang Chen's protective layer was routed, and his body was cut in half. He didn't even have the power to fight back in his last moments. "Let's go, hurry up. We must report to Brother Fan. There's a guy who is going to ruin our plan." The remaining 3 disciples of Xianyuan Palace Hall had realized that they had run into a peerless killer star. Yi Shiwen was like the living reincarnation of the god of death. They immediately dispersed and tried their best to avoid getting caught in Yi Zaiwen's dragnet. They knew that they'd be eliminated if they did. However, how could Yi Shiwen let their wishes come true? He stretched out his big golden hand. It got bigger and bigger in the sky. It then fell from the sky like a huge golden cloud and crushed the 3 of them in one go. To be continued. Chapter 352. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Shiwen didn't pay much attention to other things and continued to practice without a break. This place had many star beasts, and he continued to kill any that came his way. The accumulated star power got more and more vigorous as a result. Yi Shiwen still required a lot of star power to form the entire solar system. His idea was to form a fully operational universe which could generate star power on its own. This would rid him of the need to absorb the external star power. Yi Shiwen was improving his universe. He wasn't in a hurry because he knew that the universe within his body was currently in its most basic state, but it would help him embark on this invincible road of martial arts if he had the most solid foundation. He wanted to build a solid foundation. He didn't relax one bit. He clearly knew what needs to be done and at what time. He had also been hunting down and killing the disciples of Xian Yuan Palace Hall in secrecy over the course of this half a month, besides unceasingly slaughtering star beasts. They had mingled among the disciples of the true martial university and had slyly killed many disciples of the true martial university. However, they didn't know that someone was keeping an eye on them. Yi Shiwen didn't hold himself back when it came to the disciple of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. They wanted to eliminate all disciples of the true martial university, and this meant that Yi Shiwen was also one of their targets. Therefore, Yi Shiwen would crazily chase them down whenever he'd see them. Neither party took a break. Yi Shiwen had killed 3 legendary 9th stage experts of Xian Yuan Palace Hall. He had also killed 2 experts of half-step legendary 9th stage, including Fang Qin, who was considered a top expert among the disciples of Xian Yuan Palace Hall. He had also killed 30 others. In other words, Yi Shiwen had already killed more than 1/3 of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall disciples that had arrived here. In addition to this, more than half of those disciples had died in the counterattack executed by True Martial University's disciples. That brother Fan of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall was quite furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. The disciples of the True Martial University couldn't do anything to contact the higher authorities. Hence, they couldn't call for reinforcement. However, the disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall couldn't do so either. That was because Yi Shiwen had rushed towards their portal soon after they had spread out to slaughter the disciples of the True Martial University. He then killed the legendary 9th stage expert who was guarding the portal, and then destroyed it. Hence, they had lost their advantage, and both parties had arrived at the same level. However, they still had one advantage. No one apart from Yi Shiwen had noticed the involvement of these Xian Yuan Palace Hall disciples yet. The disciples of the True Martial University would have united and caused an instant destruction of the enemy if they had been aware of their presence. The Palace Hall had sent some good experts. However, over 1,000 disciples of the True Martial University had arrived for the trials. The quantity of the True Martial University's disciples had an overwhelming advantage over the Xian Yuan Palace Hall's quality. The experts from the Palace Hall were superior in quality when compared to the experts of the True Martial University. However, they weren't enough to subdue over 1,000 people. Several rumors had started to spread, since many disciples had died mysteriously. In fact, some of them hadn't been assassinated by the disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. Therefore, the rumors had spread very quickly. Most people said that someone was killing other disciples, and this rumor had proliferated very quickly. Everyone had been convinced of this rumor when a disciple of Law Enforcement Hall came under a surprise attack. He fought bravely and forced the opposite party to retreat. However, he sustained serious injuries. Everyone was convinced that someone had deliberately started to kill other disciples. Suddenly, the panic began to spread, and the atmosphere became intense. This rumor had spread like wildfire. However, not many people believed it. This was because it was impossible to have peace and harmony in such a big university. Several people had come across a number of bloody battles in the past, and many mortal enemies were present in this university. In fact, they weren't small in number. Moreover, fights erupting between the disciples were also quite normal. Moreover, there was an abundance of star beasts present in this area. A death by the claws of these beasts wasn't strange, either, since several people were on the hunt for a treasure. Several of these star beasts had also been slaughtered. Moreover, these terrifying star beasts always arrived in large groups. It was impossible to tell the number of disciples that had been killed by these beasts, but there was nothing strange about it. However, the arrival of this matter left several people in panic. Several people had initially panicked because the exit point was sealed. This had made them somewhat hysterical. However, The disciples of the two major forces of the true martial university, namely the Law Enforcement Hall and the Sword Tomb, weren't anxious. However, they couldn't do anything about it either. Many people tried, but couldn't break the seal to open the exit point. It seemed as if both these major forces were on a crazy treasure hunt. This place was considered extremely dangerous. However, several people had obtained enormous profits from the treasure hunt. This had lured many people to stay for the treasure hunt. The matter of the exit point being sealed off and the unceasing assassination of disciples had caused people to panic. Many people were under the impression that someone or group of people had been secretly assassinating the disciples of the true martial university. No one had thought about an outsider being involved. Everyone doubted each other. The tensed atmosphere began to fill the air. The storm clouds approached and began to spread over the disciples of the true martial university. The other news that had caused a sensation among the disciples of the true martial university was the assassination of that very disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall who had come across the surprise attack earlier. He had been found dead in a room inside the Earthen City. Suddenly, everyone began to feel insecure. The Earthen City was a foothold that the disciples of the true martial university had built in this underground world. This place was built to support their survival here. A powerful expert with his supernatural powers had created a series of quarters made up of toughened soil and had enclosed them within an earthen wall. This structure could resist the attack of those star beasts. Many courageous people had turned timid as the rumor that someone had been assassinating the disciples of true martial university started to spread. Some of the weak disciples hid inside the Earthen City and waited for this mess to end. They felt safe inside the city. At least there was no danger there. However, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall had been slaughtered inside the Earthen City soon after. This made several hundred disciples of the true martial university to panic with shock. They became afraid of coming in contact with others. They would only remain in touch with people they knew. The panic had started to spread inside the Earthen City. However, Yi Shiwen arrived into the city soon after. He had arrived tracking a disciple of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. How would people not panic? That recently murdered law enforcement disciple was at half-step legendary 8th stage. This meant that the killer must be at legendary 9th stage. Yi Zaiwen's intended target was an enemy of at least legendary 9th stage. This was so-called being an oriole bird and staying behind Mantis as it stalks the cicada. Yi Shiwen didn't disclose anything to anyone and gradually slaughtered the disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. However, he was unsure of fighting with that brother Fan. That man was at half-step legendary great complete realm and was about to step into half-step sage realm. Yi Shiwen wasn't capable of competing such strength. Therefore, he could only stay low-key and secretly slaughter the weaker disciples. The experts of the Law Enforcement Hall were very discontented since one of their own had been killed. Hence, several experts of Law Enforcement Hall had returned to the city to investigate. They couldn't accept this. They were elites among elites. They weren't able to deal with Yi Shiwen. However, one had to admit that the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall were truly elites among the elites. Many of these people were among the well-known leading figures of true martial university's disciples. How else could they have possibly managed to maintain order and quell those other rebellious elite disciples of the true martial university? Even the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall can't find any clues. Yi Shiwen was looking for a place to sit inside a recently built restaurant. Some people were discussing the assassination of the disciples of the true martial university in a corner. Someone has dared to assassinate a disciple inside the Earthen City. The killer certainly isn't an ordinary person. It can even be a group. This is possible because there is news that many disciples have been killed simultaneously at different places. I don't know who's doing this. No one would want to face the people's outrage, right? Maybe one interest group wants to keep everything for itself in order to earn maximum profit in this underground world. That's why it wants everyone else to die. They are insane. There are so many of us. Do they really think they can kill us all? The opposite party dares to do such a thing. That means they have grasped something. Otherwise, how could they dare to do something like this? Could the people of the Sword Tomb be behind this? Only two major forces are present here, the Law Enforcement Hall and the Sword Tomb. However, that disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall was found dead, and people have found clues that he had been killed by a sword expert. Yi Shiwen was listening secretly. The experts of the Xianyuan Palace Hall had done this. It was obvious that they wanted to mislead everyone. Many more experts of the true martial university gathered as these people continued to discuss. They couldn't be defeated that easily. However, the situation was only getting more chaotic. They needed to find the enemy's identity. However, Yi Shiwen didn't mention the name or expose the intentions of the Xianyuan Palace Hall. He didn't wish to lose his secret identity as an Oriole on the hunt. The Xianyuan Palace Hall's losses would be considered as the reaction of the disciples of the true martial university if he were to launch a surprise attack on them. They wouldn't be alarmed that someone had guessed their real identity as long as he wouldn't mention their name. Secondly, he and the Law Enforcement Hall considered each other as archenemies. The people of the Law Enforcement Hall wanted to kill him by all means. They wanted to kill him to re-establish their prestige. However, they had been busy with the people of the Sword Tomb because of that sword code of late. Therefore, the people of Law Enforcement Hall hadn't been able to launch an attack on him. A dogfight had been raging between these two major forces. He simply didn't need to intervene. He was only concerned with Jian Wuchen, Mu Ling, and the wolf cub since they were members of the Sword Tomb as well. He needed to look for an opportunity to warn them about the reality. At this time, a group of people entered the restaurant. To be continued. Chapter 353. This group was made of 7 to 8 people. One could tell from their armbands that they were experts of the Law Enforcement Hall. The weakest amongst these experts was of legendary 7th stage, while the strongest was at the peak of half-step legendary 8th stage. He was just one step away from entering half-step legendary 9th stage. He would then match Luo Yihang's level. Each of them appeared outstanding and had a thriving, heroic aura. They didn't seem like ordinary people. Instead, they were elites among elites. One of them spotted Yi Shiwen. Their killing intention instantaneously locked onto him. This was that same woman in red whom Yi Shiwen had once taught a lesson. Her gaze swept towards Yi Shiwen like 2 sword lights when she saw him. Yi Shiwen snorted. He instantly routed both sword lights. That woman couldn't injure Yi Shiwen. Her complexion turned extremely ugly because Yi Shiwen's gaze didn't stay on her body for long. In other words, Yi Shiwen didn't really pay much attention to that red woman. However, he noticed a man standing behind her. That man seemed approximately 20 years of age. He was clad in a white robe. That man was smiling faintly. It seemed as if he was very carefree. Others might not know him. However, Yi Shiwen recognized that he was a disciple of the Xianyuan Palace Hall. He had seen that man when he was inside that spirit energy lake. That man was a part of the Xianyuan Palace Hall's team of experts. One must say that the Xianyuan Palace Hall's team's quality was much higher than that of the true martial university disciples. Of course, it didn't mean that the true martial university was inferior to the Xianyuan Palace Hall. This naturally wasn't the true martial university's top strength. Only the Sword Sage and Luo Yihang could be considered as the top disciples of the true martial university among the disciples who had arrived here, whereas those other experts with the Titan body, Phoenix body, and so on hadn't yet shown their faces. The true martial university's disciples wouldn't seem so inferior if they had. Of course, this wasn't the true extent of the Xianyuan Palace Hall's strength either. This encounter could, at best, be described as a small-scale collision. However, Yi Shiwen was puzzled as to how the disciples of the Xianyuan Palace Hall had mixed together with the members of the Law Enforcement Hall. This was quite intriguing. Law Enforcement Hall's faction has sent an expert to investigate the matter of its disciple's assassination. That expert is Miao Yu. It is said that his cultivation is extremely high. He is only one step away from entering half-step legendary 9th stage. However, one can't be sure whether he'll be able to have the breakthrough or not. But he'll become very valuable for the university if he can enter the half-step legendary 9th stage. He'll then be cultivated as one of the future pillars of the university. The experts at half-step legendary 9th stage and above are regarded as treasures by most inheritances. They are considered on an entirely different level within the scope of the university. He was indeed just one step away from entering the half-step legendary 9th stage. However, there was a difference of heaven and earth in the treatment. These experts at half-step legendary 8th stage were always seeking a breakthrough. However, 70% of the experts would give up in the end. They would then have a breakthrough to legendary realm. The Law Enforcement Hall has been compelled to take action this time. After all, an expert of half-step legendary 8th stage was killed. Miao Yu's arrival is more than enough even if Luo Yihang hasn't personally moved into action. He is considered the strongest among the experts of Law Enforcement Hall. He is second only to Luo Yihang. It seems like the Law Enforcement Hall is very furious. So what if Miao Yu has been mobilized? The only clue they have is that the murderer is a sword expert. It is practically useless. It's not enough to investigate further. Yi Shiwen was wondering. He had never expected that the disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall would be hidden so deep. Perhaps even he wouldn't have been able to recognize them if he hadn't seen and remembered their faces back then. There were so many inheritances in the true martial university that it was impossible for everyone to know the people from other inheritances. Hence, the existence of one or two unfamiliar disciples was a normal thing. Do not create any trouble. Miao Yu lowered his head and shouted. He looked at Yi Shiwen with a somewhat strange look in his eyes as he said this. It seemed as if he didn't wish to indulge in a fight with Yi Shiwen at this time. His orders were to investigate the cause of the Law Enforcement Hall's disciple's death. Moreover, he had been asked to find the source of this rumor. Many innocent disciples had been killed, even if the second matter didn't involve the disciple of Law Enforcement Hall directly. Hence, it was impossible for the Law Enforcement Hall to turn a blind eye. Otherwise, it would ruin the very idea on the basis of which the Law Enforcement Hall was originally established. His main goal was to resolve these matters and not to fight with Yi Shiwen. Everyone was aware of the fight that had taken place between Yi Shiwen and Luo Yihang. Miao Yu had seen that Yi Shiwen was inferior to Luo Yihang, but had managed to hold his own for a long time. That fight had shocked countless people. Miao Yu was very confident of his own cultivation. However, he wasn't sure of facing an expert of Yi Zaiwen's strength. In fact, it was quite possible that Yi Shiwen would kill him and his companions if he were to create a disturbance here. And this wasn't without precedent. The Law Enforcement Hall was very powerful, and most people didn't dare to provoke its disciples. However, there were many extremely powerful disciples who simply didn't care about the Law Enforcement Hall. In fact, the tyranny of the strength of some such people had even troubled the disciples of Law Enforcement Hall in the past. Yi Shiwen was obviously one of them. Moreover, he never clamored about anything. Instead, he just did what he desired. The person who dared to provoke him must be ready to die in his hands. He was absolutely ruthless and fierce. He had no hesitations about anything. Perhaps only Luo Yihang could kill Yi Shiwen. In fact, the Law Enforcement Hall had been continuously looking for Yi Zaiwen's whereabouts. However, they hadn't found any information about him. They had come across him quite unexpectedly this time, and it was already too late to inform Luo Yihang. This could only be taken up the next time. Of course, he didn't know that Yi Shiwen was looking forward to his next meeting with Luo Yihang. Luo Yihang had suppressed Yi Shiwen to the point of suffocation the last time they had met. However, Yi Shiwen could make Luo Yihang suffer the same if they were to face each other again. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were so tyrannical because they had a policy. They wouldn't allow non-elites to join. This was the reason why their disciples were far stronger than the normal ones. However, their strength was nothing compared to Yi Zaiwen's. That woman was quite discontented. However, she couldn't do anything. The law enforcement hall's team sat down. Yi Shiwen realized that they made no attempts to provoke him, and he was too lazy to care. Brother Meow, the result of the investigation reveals that the murderer is a sword expert, isn't it? The red woman rolled her eyeballs. She immediately calculated in her mind and asked, "Yes." Meow Yu nodded. This news had already spread, and most people were aware of it. "I know that the murderer is a sword expert." That woman shot a glance at Yi Shiwen and said. She hadn't said it clearly, however everyone had guessed that she must be pointing towards Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, everyone remembered the rumor that had once spread. It had said that Yi Shiwen had obtained a sword code. However, a part of the suspicion on Yi Shiwen had been eliminated because of the emergence of the underground world and the god Ho. However, only a part and nothing more. Many people still doubted that the sword code had fallen into Yi Zaiwen's hands, but no one dared to cause trouble for him. Yi Shiwen had been defeated in that fight with Luo Yihang. However, he had fought bravely for a very long period in spite of the fact that there was a huge difference between their levels. This was like a miraculous accomplishment for most people, since it was impossible for them to achieve something similar. Most people wouldn't wish to engage Yi Shiwen, even if they were to find him, since they were afraid of Yi Zaiwen's crazy retaliation. But then, the emergence of the pit had diverted everyone's attention. However, the red woman's words suddenly reminded everyone of that incident. Moreover, people had seen Yi Shiwen use sword intention to kill experts. Yi Shiwen might not have practiced sword technique much. However, he was definitely a sword expert, and everyone recognized this. Hence, everyone suddenly looked towards Yi Shiwen when that woman mentioned this. The law enforcement hall's team also looked towards him. It was hard to tell when a big conflict might break out between the two parties. The law enforcement hall's tyranny was a well-known fact. It was a very strong organization. However, Yi Shiwen didn't have an affable image either. His wrath was well known as well. He had slaughtered the disciples of the law enforcement hall twice, and in front of everyone. Basically, he was one of top experts of the younger generation, and simply couldn't tolerate the slightest of offense. Various organizations had welcomed the new disciples to join them. However, several disciples were convicted for being guilty for engaging in a conflict with these organizations. They were then killed by these organizations in order to successfully establish their own prestige. However, there were some exceptions who didn't give in to these organizations. These people became well known through the true martial university, such as the one with the Titan body, the one with Phoenix body, etc. A strong conflict had broken out between them and those organizations as a result. But no one dared to cause any trouble for these exceptions anymore, since they had shown outstanding abilities. However, Yi Zaiwen's strength was much inferior to those exceptions in the popular public opinion. He was yet to establish himself and shouldn't have provoked organizations with supreme prestige. However, he had instead killed 2 disciples of the law enforcement hall, and had then indulged in a fierce fight with Luo Yihang. Many people had acknowledged his strength as a result. Those who dared to challenge these organizations didn't rise to fame. They ended up dead. People would get to watch a spectacle if a fierce conflict broke out between these two parties. Indeed, I can faintly sense sword intention looming over his body. He is clearly a sword expert. I've heard that he couldn't deal with the law enforcement hall earlier and had lost the fight. This case has a high possibility of personal revenge. That disciple of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall spoke indifferently. It seemed as if he had intended to whisper. However, his voice was loud enough to reach everyone's ears. Come out. Have the guts to face confrontation if you have the skills. There's no bravery in attacking from behind. That red woman continued to provoke Yi Shiwen. She had noticed that Miao Yu wanted to maintain peace. However, she hated Yi Shiwen to her core. She was aware that was no match for Yi Shiwen. Hence, she tried to instigate both Miao Yu and Yi Shiwen, since she wanted them to launch an attack on each other. She wanted to take advantage of the law enforcement hall's power to obliterate Yi Shiwen. Therefore, she was trying to incite hatred inside their hearts. In fact, it couldn't be regarded as provocation since the enmity between Yi Shiwen and the law enforcement hall had already been established. In fact, it was a widely known fact. Yi Shiwen frowned. This woman was desperate to challenge him by herself. He had let her go the last time. However, he didn't know that he would come to regret it now. Suddenly, an immense killing intention flourished inside his heart. To be continued. Chapter 354. Yi Shiwen didn't know why so much hatred had evolved inside her heart. But he didn't care. The killing intention inside his body surged up. There was someone who held an inexplicable hatred against him, and that person simply couldn't restrain it. Are you fed up of life? Yi Shiwen faintly asked. His indistinct killing intention could terrify anyone. You've done this kind of a thing, and you still don't dare to admit it. You're not worthy of being called a man. That woman in red clenched her teeth and spoke in disdain. This kind of person is like a tumor for our true martial university. He is an unstable disciple. He mustn't be allowed to live. That disciple from the Xian Yuan Palace Hall said softly. His expression was tranquil, but a killing intention flourished in each and every word he uttered. Haha, what a joke! You think I want to kill you all, and so you need to assassinate me? But you're just a flock of chicken and dogs. So killing you will be like slaughtering chicken and dogs. Yi Shiwen sneered as he replied disdainfully. Everyone's expression suddenly turned pale. They were aware that he was capable of killing them. He had already killed several disciples of the law enforcement hall before. That, too, in front of everyone. How could someone not try to assassinate such a person after listening to those words? But they knew that they might get slaughtered if confronted him. Everyone looked towards the disciples of the law enforcement hall and noticed that their complexions had turned ashen. They were elites among elites. An ordinary person couldn't be compared with them. However, Yi Shiwen had compared them with chicken and dogs. This was like slapping them several times on their faces. However, they must tolerate because they had no other choice at the moment. There was only one reason behind their silence. They could not beat Yi Shiwen. Only that Xian Yuan Palace Hall's disciple's expression didn't change. It seemed as if he didn't care about Yi Ziwen's words. That woman in red looked at Miao Yu. She wanted him to launch an attack on Yi Shiwen and kill him. She knew that he didn't have the strength to kill Yi Shiwen. However, she believed that the disciples of the law enforcement hall combined had the strength to. Those disciples of the law enforcement hall were stubbornly staring at Yi Shiwen with their sword-like vision. Suddenly, the atmosphere had turned very intense. They waited for Miao Yu to speak. A huge and terrifying clash would take place as soon as he would give his command. There were only speculations that Yi Shiwen was a sword expert. However, sometimes things only require speculations. Only one reason can be enough at time, and nothing else would be required thereafter. He is extremely despicable. We cannot allow this continue. That woman's voice hadn't yet faded when a terrifying sword intention was sent flying. It then maliciously crashed into her body. Bang! That woman in red had been killed and turned into blood fog by Yi Ziwen's sword intention. It happened so quickly that only Miao Yu could see Yi Ziwen's movement. However, he didn't get any time to stop the attack. She acted recklessly. She went too far. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. You're very audacious. You dare to kill a disciple of the true martial university in front of the law enforcement hall disciples? You're insane. Miao, you couldn't control his anger. Don't talk like she was very innocent or something. She was provoking everyone to kill me. My heart wouldn't be at peace if I hadn't killed her. Yi Shiwen indifferently said. Everyone held their breath. Yi Shiwen wasn't an ordinary despotic and fierce expert. He had dared to kill that woman in front of the Law Enforcement Hall disciples without any hesitation. The Law Enforcement Hall and their likes were probably nothing more than nonsense in his eyes. He had such strength and confidence. That woman may have been pernicious and hateful, but she had the strength of half-step legendary 7th stage. Not many people could match such formidable strength. How could she have arrived here along with the arrogant disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall if she didn't have such strength? However, such a person had been slaughtered by Yi Zaiwen's sword intention. In fact, she didn't have any strength to fight back. You can try if you also wish to check whether I'm that murderer or not. Take a good look at how I kill you. Yi Shiwen was blazing with anger as he looked towards Miaoyu. A majestic aura swept out and firmly pressed down upon Miaoyu. His complexion turned ugly. He felt suffocated. However, he also realized that Yi Shiwen shouldn't be that murderer. Miaoyu realized that Yi Shiwen could have easily killed that expert of half-step legendary 8th stage. Therefore, there was no need for him to assassinate that disciple secretly. Moreover, the enmity and confrontation between Yi Shiwen and the Law Enforcement Hall was similar to beating around the bush from a certain point of view. Killing one person was considered as murder, and killing 2 people would also be considered as the same. What was the difference? Moreover, the murdered wasn't a person with great power according to the findings of the investigation. Humph, let's go. Miaoyu coldly snorted. He had no option but to leave. Otherwise, even he would have been murdered if Yi Zaiwen's anger was to rise further, and nothing could have been done about it then. He wouldn't even have a place to go and cry, which he did as long as he remained alive. Yi Shiwen had no interest in killing Miaoyu. He wasn't a homicidal maniac on a killing spree. Killing a person who would have killed him otherwise doesn't make him a murderer, though. Yi Shiwen didn't move. However, he attached a trace of his soul search on the body of that Palace Hall disciple. Soon he could sense that that disciple had separated from the Law Enforcement Hall's team and had quickly flown outside the city. Yi Shiwen started to pursue him. The disciple was flying quite fast. He must have been trying to locate the other disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. However, how could he match Yi Zaiwen's devil wings? Yi Shiwen caught up with that disciple within a short period of time. It's you. That disciple was somewhat surprised to see Yi Shiwen, but he didn't know why Yi Shiwen had arrived here. What do you want? But he was secretly vigilant. I've come to kill you. Yi Shiwen grinned and said, You are killing disciples in this way. Aren't you afraid that the higher authorities of the university will find out about this later on? That disciple of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall shouted. You don't need to pretend in front of me. I know you are a disciple of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. Yi Shiwen sneered and stated, It's you who's been killing our disciples these past few days. That disciple's complexion turned frantic, since he had come to understand this very clearly. That's clever of you, but you're going to accompany them in the afterlife very soon. Yi Shiwen smirked. I must take revenge for them. That disciple suddenly became angry. He brandished his sword towards Yi Shiwen. A stream of startling sword energy swept out and shattered the space around it. The sharp sword energy even broke down the chaos. It seems like you've killed that disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. Yi Shiwen was amazed to see that disciple's sword skill. He suddenly understood that perhaps that law enforcement disciple had died in the hands of this guy, and those laughable law enforcement disciples had been investigating for such a long time, but still hadn't seen that the ominous beast that was right beside them. You have a lot of courage. You actually mixed into their group. Yi Shiwen shouted. Clang! Yi Zaiwen's startling sword intention soared in the sky like the sound of the collision between gold and iron, and immediately rushed towards that disciple. Bang! The sword energy and the sword intention collided in the sky. A terrifying force set off a series of waves. Bang! The The sword intention routed that sword energy attack. It'll send you on your way to hell today. Yi Shiwen sneered. A terrifying and imposing aura surged up within his body. He rushed towards that disciple like the reincarnation of the god of death. It seemed as if the universe had been trodden to pieces. Yi Shiwen pulled out an overwhelming sword intention as he charged towards that disciple. Die! Yi Shiwen roared. The golden sword intention had already blazed out. However, that disciple of the Xianyuan Palace Hall didn't admit defeat yet. He released a startling sword energy to counter the incoming attack. Bang! That sword energy collided with Yi Zaiwen's sword intention and was routed by its irresistible force. The sword intention ferociously went rampaging all the way and crashed into that disciple's body. Bang! That disciple of the Xianyuan Palace Hall was cleft into two. He had been killed in moments. Yi Shiwen had killed this disciple of the Xianyuan Palace Hall without any hesitation. He turned around and flew back towards the Earthen City. Yi Shiwen knew that this disciple was looking for other disciples of Xianyuan Palace Hall. He might have been able to grab the big fish if he had followed him. However, he had to consider his own safety first. Otherwise, he could have lost his life, since it would be too bad for him if he were to encounter that Brother Fan. He was a bit unsure of fighting with that Brother Fan at the moment. Time flew by quickly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. No conflict broke out between Yi Shiwen and the Law Enforcement Hall during this time. However, the Earthen City wasn't tranquil. A group of star beasts had attacked. Hundreds of people had been injured or killed. However, they had successfully pushed back those star beasts. Yi Shiwen sat cross-legged inside his room. His mind was submerged in the martial god space. He was presently deducing the 5th layer of his gilded tyrant form. The observing person scripture was Yi Zaiwen's foundation. However, the tyrant body technique was the foundation for skipping challenges, since his enemies didn't have a body as tough as his. They would be suppressed by him without being able to pose a challenge. However, the tyrant body technique had been stuck in the 4th layer for quite some time. The groundwork had been done for deducing the 5th layer. However, it hadn't yet been deduced fully. But the deduction of the 5th layer of Yi Zaiwen's tyrant body technique had almost come to an end now. It would soon be completed. Yi Zaiwen's body kept radiating golden rays of light for a while. This had illuminated the entire room. He opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, the 5th layer of tyrant body technique had been deduced. He could now proceed with the breakthrough. God Ho! The God Ho has appeared! Several screams sounded outside his room. To be continued. Chapter 355. The entire Earthen City was boiling with excitement. The divine Ho had finally appeared. They had entered this underground world to chase. It could freely come and go out of this place. Hence, they might find a way to get out if they could grab it. However, it was too early to get excited. Many people were thinking that they could get enormous benefits if they could grab that divine Ho. A terrifying force swept across the entire Earthen City. A huge figure appeared above the city wall. It was the same divine Ho that had escaped earlier. However, it was several times bigger in size at this time. It wasn't as big as the star beasts. They were usually the size of a hill. However, it was as big enough to be the combined size of 4 to 5 people. Its strength had enhanced enormously, and it had reached at the peak of legendary 9th stage. It rushed into the crowd inside the city wall and started to slaughter them. It was impossible for an ordinary person to stop this divine Ho. It rampaged around. The places it visited turned into a river of blood. No expert could stop this divine Ho. Yi Shiwen swept out his soul search. He was surprised to see that this divine house body resembled that of a horse. Its entire body was covered with golden scales and was surrounded by flames. It had a dog's head. It had 2 antlers atop its head, like that of a deer. It had 4 strong limbs, and its claws were like a wolf's. Its long tail was on fire and was constantly blazing. It would stretch out its claw and mow down a large number of experts. "Evil creature!" A loud shout reverberated from afar. Miao Yu and 2 other legendary 8th stages disciples of the law enforcement hall had launched an attack on the Divine Ho. However, their attacks didn't prove out to be effective because this Divine Ho had already reached legendary 9th stage. So how could these ordinary people be its opponent? "Oh boy, I didn't expect to see a heaven-facing Ho here." Yi Emo clicked his tongue as he stated in astonishment. It was evident that this type of Ho wasn't common. It was needless to say that a heaven-facing Ho was aggressive and took dragons as food. It was at the top of the food chain and had always been a dragon-eating creature. It was hard to find creatures that could eat dragons. Therefore, a living creature that could take dragons as food was considered as extremely powerful. Yi Shiwen recalled reading some records on heaven-facing Ho. There used to be some Ho beasts found in the East Sea that ate dragon brain. They were extremely ferocious. They used to shoot flames up to several dozen feet from their mouths when they fought with the dragons. Those dragons couldn't stand a chance in front of these beasts. A few dragons had appeared in the sky in the summer of 25th year of Kangxi period in Pingyang County. They had come to chase a Ho beast. People had seen a close fight between 3 flood dragons, 2 dragons, and a Ho over the next 3 days. The Ho had managed to kill 1 dragon and 2 flood dragons. However, it then collapsed and fell into the valley. That Ho was 20 feet tall and was shaped like a horse. It had scales and bristles on its body. The flames were still gushing out of its scales and bristles after its death. They covered its entire body. In fact, they reached 10 feet over it. It was extremely terrifying. Several experts of legendary 8th stage were attacking with all their might. However, they weren't a match of this Divine Ho. Then, it suddenly displayed a terrifying fighting strength. It spat flames from its mouth, and a legendary 8th stages disciple of the true Martial University was burnt to death. He had no chance or strength to fight back. However, the other people still braced themselves and somehow gathered the courage to kill this Divine Ho. Otherwise, everyone would die. Everyone could feel that they were mistaken about something. The Divine Ho they had initially chased wasn't this terrifying. However, perhaps an expert of legendary 9th stage wasn't suited to be an opponent for this one. This Divine Ho was a mythological animal according to the folklore. There were many rumors about its origin. However, it was a legendary creature nonetheless. These terrifying creatures used to eat dragons as food even in ancient times. These people couldn't possibly hunt down one such beast so easily. These experts had been excited by the thought of catching this Divine Ho. However, they hadn't thought the rationality of this matter. Everyone seemed to be frightened at first, but they eventually calmed down. They realized that this Divine Ho wasn't fighting back when they had first seen it. Instead, it was only running away blindly. However, nobody could injure it now, whereas it could kill or injure any expert who tried to come in its path. Everyone had calmed down, but this composure was meaningless now. It seemed as if this Divine Ho had gone insane and had begun to slaughter people mindlessly. Yi Shiwen realized that he must launch an attack on that Divine Ho. "You evil creature!" Yi Shiwen shot his sword intention in the sky. It swept out from a distant place and fell towards the Divine Ho. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated. The Divine Ho had avoided this attack in advance, and that sword intention had cut open a huge rift in the ground. Miao Yu was relieved to see that Yi Shiwen was present in the city. Miao Yu felt relaxed instead of a need to keep an eye on him. He had surely wanted to see Shiwen dead. However, everyone felt relaxed. Yi Zaiwen's presence gave them a sense of security. Yi Shiwen wasn't just going to spectate from the sidelines. Yi Shiwen was aware that the method to exit this underground world was likely to be hidden in this Divine House body. The other people had also thought the same. This Divine Ho could freely enter or exit this place. Perhaps they could find the secret to access this place on its body. However, It wasn't necessarily certain. "Who wants to come out and face me?" The divine Ho unexpectedly opened its mouth. Everyone could tell that it didn't have a low intelligence. "Divine Ho, I am giving you an opportunity. I won't kill you if you tell me the secret to freely access this world." Yi Zaiwin's figure arrived in front of the divine Ho atop a golden rainbow. "Damn it. You think someone like you can kill me. A human like you isn't even close to me. I don't know how many of you humans I have killed. None of you can defeat me. Even the dragons had no choice but to become our race's food." Divine Ho looked at Yi Shiwen. One could see a trace of cunning and cruelty inside its huge eyes. Wisdom and beastly brutality coexisted inside it. "You're quite strong. Your flesh and blood are making me excited. Your human body isn't a descendant of gods. However, it has numerous divinities. There must be a terrifying secret behind this. I will certainly reach legendary great, complete realm if I will eat you." The divine Ho smiled cruelly and said, "Audacious." Yi Shiwen sneered. This heaven-facing divine Ho was extremely powerful. Perhaps even an expert of legendary ninth stage wasn't suited to be its opponent. They would probably get torn into halves. There wouldn't be many advantages for such an expert, even if they could match this divine Ho. It was an ominous beast that belonged to a race that had dared to declare the dragon race as their food. However, Yi Shiwen didn't fear it, even if it was extremely powerful. He had a lot of confidence in himself. Clang! Yi Shiwen shot the sword intention in the sky. It swept down from above and landed right above the divine house head. This sword intention was extremely terrifying. Even an expert of legendary ninth stage would have been sustained serious injuries by this attack. Puff! The divine Ho roared and spat a series of flames. They burnt the sword intention. Then the flames rushed towards Yi Shiwen. They traversed the air at an extremely fast speed and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Yi Shiwen felt the divine house huge claws coming towards him. Its ice-cold claws seemed like hard metals that emitted terrifying rays of light. It was impossible for an average person to avoid this attack. They would be torn apart. Yi Shiwen opened his devil wings and flew backwards to avoid this attack. A huge Hans Han seal fell from the sky. It flew downwards and advanced towards the divine like a giant dragon. An enormous aura of the earth principle suppressed the divine Ho. The divine Ho flew out of the way and rushed outside the city to avoid the Hans Han seal's attack. How could Yi Shiwen allow it to escape? His devil wings began to flap behind his back. He chased after that divine Ho and arrived in front of it with intention to launch another attack. "You human! You dare to pursue me!" Anger flourished inside the divine Ho. Every pore of its body seemed to be emitting flames that could make people palpitate with fear. The space itself had been burnt. It was extremely hot. It made one feel as if one was placed in the middle of a volcano crater. A series of flames were spat out. They then condensed and swept out towards Yi Shiwen. "You won't escape this time." Yi Shiwen ruthlessly summoned the Hans Han seal once again. The majestic earth principle condensed above and then swept down. It seemed as if it had shattered the sky as it ferociously collided with the flames. Bang! Fire and earth had collided. Waves of terrifying powers surged up and swept out one after another. A large section of surrounding city wall suddenly collapsed. A burning smell spread in the vicinity. Puff! 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 The divine Ho spat a series of flames. These flames were made of hundreds of fire rings that had been wrapped together. This was an unprecedented matter. This divine Ho was an ominous beast of an ancient descent. It was just an infant at present. However, it undoubtedly had tyrannical strength. It had fought many enemies and had defeated all its opponents in the past. It just wouldn't resign itself to a defeat, no matter what. This divine Ho was a dragon-eating creature. It was widely known that dragons had extremely strong flesh. Therefore, it was entirely conceivable that its flesh would be extremely tough as well. It had only focused on attacking his opponents during its previous battles. It didn't need to worry about defending itself because of its powerful body. However, Yi Zaiwen's attacks had forced it to defend. Yi Zaiwen's attacks were extremely horrifying. In fact, that the divine Ho felt so threatened that it had to divert its attention towards defense. Yi Shiwen exploded the divine house flame. Then he suddenly arrived in front of it like a golden god. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated from Yi Zaiwen's hand. It then turned into a golden dragon claw. His real elemental energy surged up and turned into an enormous hand seal and blasted upon that divine Ho. Bang! Yi Zaiwen's hand seal smashed the divine house defense and struck its body. The divine Ho screamed. A huge bloody wound had been opened in its body. To be continued. Chapter 356. Roar! The divine Ho screamed incessantly. Its dark red blood splashed out. It hadn't expected Yi Shiwen to be so tyrannical. Such tyranny would have been normal if Yi Shiwen were at half-step sage realm. However, he was a mere human expert, and that too at a much lower realm. Yet the divine Ho had been pushed to such an extent. It simply couldn't believe this. The divine Ho firmly believed that its body was extremely strong. An average person couldn't injure it. So much so that it could ignore the attacks of an ordinary legendary ninth stage expert. In fact, the attacks of such a person wouldn't even break its scales. However, Yi Shiwen had done it. His one palm attack had severely injured it. Yi Shiwen was far more tyrannical than its imagination. This reminded it of those records on the people who had inherited the bloodlines of the ancient human race. The human ancestors used to be extremely powerful in the ancient times, same as the other races. The first generations of the ancient human race had differential abilities, or one could say that they had great magical powers. These so-called people with special physique had somehow inherited the genes of their ancestors. Yi Zaiwen's performance was extremely tyrannical, like that of the human race's ancestors. I'm a mythological beast. I can neither die nor be extinguished. You are a petty human, yet you dare to contend me. Do you have a death wish? The heaven-facing Ho roared. Suddenly, the flames erupted from its body, frantically. They then advanced towards Yi Shiwen like a giant fireball. These flames appeared silver-white in color. They had been produced by the burning of the blood essence within its body. This was its very own spirit fire, and was extremely terrifying. Wherever they went, the space got burnt and collapsed into innumerable pieces. The silvery white flames charged towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen shot his sword intention, and it collided with those flames. But the sword intention was burned as soon as it came in contact with those flames. Yi Zaiwen's complexion changed since his sword intention couldn't defeat the flames. What? Yi Shiwen was completely stunned. Yi Shiwen, be careful. These flames were produced by the burning of the blood essence in its body. They are entirely different from ordinary flames. Yi Emo shouted. A chill ran through Yi Zaiwen's body. Blood essence was extremely valuable for living creatures. Assuming Yi Shiwen were to sustain injuries and a lot of blood were to gush out of his body, the injuries could be repaired in time. However, the lost blood essence couldn't be restored. The blood essence was the most important part of one's body. Even the top experts didn't have much blood essence. To burn one's blood essence was equivalent to going all out. One's strength would decrease enormously once too much blood essence is lost. Therefore, this method was only used in a desperate situation. That mass of flames rumbled in front of Yi Shiwen. It broke through his defense and approached him for the kill. A huge beast's claw emerged from inside these flames. It ferociously shot towards Yi Shiwen at a lightning speed. A cruel smile appeared on the house face as these silver flames surged up in the air. Yi Shiwen was already dead in its opinion. That terrifying front claw, wrapped in the sliver flames, blasted towards Yi Shiwen. It seemed as if it would burn him to death. Humph! Yi Shiwen snorted, and those flames boomed over. Yi Zaiwen's hand glittered golden, and the golden divinities covered his entire arm. It then penetrated into those flames, and those flames were unable to burn through the layer of divinities. Yi Zaiwen's palm attack and the beast's claws maliciously collided. Bang! Both sides' terrifying powers began to sweep across. The divine house flesh was extremely tyrannical. However, Yi Zaiwen's tyrant body was even more so. Its front claws had been broken by that palm attack. The divine host screamed yet again. Those flames had been extinguished since it couldn't continue to burn them. The scales on its body had also lost their luster. It realized that it wasn't fit enough to be Yi Zaiwen's opponent. Yi Shiwen was far more powerful than it had imagined. How is this possible? How can you be more formidable than me? It hadn't paid particular attention earlier. Hence, it had lost to the magical powers of the ancient human race. However, Yi Shiwen had pushed it into a very disadvantageous position by now. It became frightened as well as angry. It was in a state of shock. It wasn't born long ago. However, it had seen many elite disciples of the true martial university, and they had been nothing in front of it. In fact, they hadn't been able to withstand a single blow from it. This had made its pride soar even higher inside its heart. However, Yi Shiwen had shattered its pride and confidence. Yi Zaiwen's strength was too astonishing. Stupid! Yi Shiwen sneered. His sword intention condensed into a long sword. He then rushed towards that divine Ho. The divine Ho had suffered heavy losses because of Yi Shiwen. It now had lesser capability to resist his attacks. A trace of fear slowly started to emerge in its eyes. Whoosh! The divine Ho suddenly turned around. It turned into a streamer of light and flew away into the distance. But how could Yi Shiwen allow it to succeed? He opened his devil wings and started to chase it. However, the divine Ho was determined to escape and was unceasingly burning its blood essence. He didn't care if its strength would see a substantial decrease because of this. What would be the point of so much strength if it were to get killed? How would it not understand this basic logic? Yi Zaiwen's speed was much faster than that of divine Ho in the beginning. However, it then started to burn its blood essence and left him far behind within a short period of time. However, Yi Shiwen didn't lose track and continued to chase it. He tracked unceasingly it with his eyes. He was in no hurry. His opponent had used its trump card by burning its blood essence. This meant that it had run out of tricks. Therefore, he was content in keeping an eye on it. He knew that it would have to stop sooner or later. It was impossible for the divine Ho to continue with running like this for long. Yi Shiwen would wait until the divine house blood essence was completely depleted. Then he could kill it. In fact, he wouldn't have to put any effort in killing it. Yi Shiwen had entered an extreme desolate land while he chased the divine Ho. Groups of star beasts could be seen everywhere as they had traversed through the region. However, they had gradually vanished as his chase had taken him deeper into this underground world. The scenery around him had turned desolate and silent. Soon, the divine house speed began to get slower and slower. Yi Shiwen was about to kill the divine Ho. However, he suddenly saw the figure of a person rushing over from a distant place. He looked closely and realized that it was Luo Yihang. He saw that Luo Yihang was tightly pulling a sword code with his hand. This was the same sword code that had appeared earlier, the buried sword secrets. Luo Yihang had arrived here while chasing the sword code. No wonder he didn't have the time to investigate the cause of that law enforcement disciple's death. Luo Yihang and Yi Shiwen had discovered each other at the same time. Luo Yihang's killing intention locked onto Yi Shiwen. This ice-cold killing intention could scare anyone and would leave them to tremble in fear. Luo Yihang put away the buried sword secrets that he had obtained. He coldly stared at Yi Shiwen. His imposing aura swept out like that of an astonishing blade energy. If one would look from afar with their eyes slightly closed, perhaps they would think Luo Yihang to be a blade, not a person. His long blade had formidable power and could cut off any other long blade. This was the power of a man's unification with his blade. Humph! I was wondering how to find you, but you found me on your own accord. Let's continue the fight that we had left unfinished. Luo Yihang challenged. Luo Yihang caught a glimpse of the divine Ho that was flying in front of Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. He had arrived here for two reasons, the sword code and the divine Ho. The sword code had already fallen into his hands, but he needed to get the divine Ho in order to exit this underground world. More importantly, he wanted to grab this divine Ho since he wished to make it his mount. No one knew this divine house origin. However, it was Buddha's mount according to folklore. Buddhism wasn't prevalent in the true martial world. However, that didn't mean that nobody knew about Buddha. Buddha possessed great magical powers according to the fables. He enjoyed the reputation of having a mysterious inheritance in all 10,000 worlds. He was famous for having outstanding fighting prowess. He was considered the epitome of magical powers. Luo Yihang had great ambitions in his heart. He wanted to become like Buddha. He wanted to become a peerless powerhouse who could suppress the universe. But the first step was to capture and subdue this divine Ho. Clang! The blade energy in Luo Yihang's hand condensed into a long blade. It was then released in the sky. It turned into a blade cage and fell down with a bang. The divine Ho tried to intercept it, but was surrounded by walls made of blades. It would have been difficult for it to evade this attack even in its peak condition, but it was severely injured, and not strength was left in it to save itself from this predicament. It could only escape when Luo Yihang would die. Otherwise it couldn't. Bang! Yi Zaiwen's blood and energy surged within his body and stirred up to the max. The energy rushed out of his body and went into the sky. It seemed like a pillar that was supporting the heaven. Then it burst and set off golden waves. Yi Shiwen got on top of the golden waves. It seemed as if he was riding them. The killing intention swept across the surroundings. Luo Yihang had forced Yi Shiwen into a hopeless situation the last time. This had made Yi Shiwen extremely angry. He had secretly sworn that he would severely beat up Luo Yihang if he were to get an opportunity. However, he had never thought that he would get the opportunity so soon. Yi Shiwen, I will strangle you to death, but leave your entire corpse intact. Luo Yihang said coldly. He wasn't just overbearing. He was strong as well, but he wasn't paying any attention to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was strong, but he wasn't his opponent yet. He would have killed Yi Shiwen if hadn't been afraid of the sword sage gaining advantage by entering the pit first. The sword code was in his hands at present. The divine Ho was also in his hands. And Yi Shiwen had also been brought in front of him. He felt like the heavens were on his side. You think you can kill me? Yi Shiwen sneered. I have tolerated you for a long time now. You're nothing but a pig with a long onion root inserted in its nose who pretends to be an elephant. You're courting death. Luo Yihang said coldly. He released formidable blade energy, and it condensed into a massive long blade. It rushed towards Yi Shiwen like a flash of lightning. It shattered the space along its path. Yi Zaiwen's fighting intention boiled. His killing intention surged up. He condensed a sword intention in his hand and shot it across the sky. It forged ahead to face the incoming attack. There was huge difference between their strengths the time they met. Hence, Yi Shiwen had been forced into a disadvantageous position back then. That one was certainly a very desperate fight on Yi Zaiwen's part. However, Yi Shiwen was unbridled this time. He moved forward to face the enemy without any difficulty. To be continued. Chapter 357. Bang! The aftermath of their battle shattered the surrounding space. The pitch-black chaos was extremely frightening. Luo Yihang sensed that he couldn't overpower Yi Shiwen. The situation of this battle was different from the previous one. The previous battle had been near one-sided. Yi Shiwen had struggled to keep up in the last battle. In fact, he had been forced into a thoroughly disadvantageous position. Perhaps Yi Shiwen would have died back then if he didn't have such a strange healing technique. However, Yi Zaiwen's strength had enhanced since then. This surprised Luo Yihang, but this excited him as well. He was somewhat lonely at the top. It was difficult for him to find a worthy opponent, someone with strength such as his own. An ordinary expert of legendary 9th stage certainly wasn't fit to be his opponent. However, he seemed to have found a powerful opponent. This caused his killing intention to boil up. His ruthless aura began to overflow in the surroundings. He felt a sense of pleasure in torturing his opponents to death. He felt as if he was about to step on an ant prior to killing Yi Shiwen. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect that you would have had progressed so much since then. I like to torture geniuses to death. Just looking at you is making me excited. I'll let you die with dignity. Luo Yihang laughed out loud. A somewhat cruel expression appeared on his face. Enough talking. Prepare yourself to be sent on your way to the other world. Yi Shiwen sneered. He didn't argue with Luo Yihang and forged ahead, step by step. His imposing aura exploded loudly. His sword intention went across the vast sky, and a golden luster illuminated half of the vicinity. Luo Yihang wasn't ordinary either. His ominous power was dreadful. His imposing aura boiled up. It seemed as if it could sweep away the entire world as it advanced towards Yi Shiwen. Bang! The earth trembled as the blade energy and the sword intention collided and scattered. The space disintegrated and a terrifying energy storm was set off. This was the most terrifying battle. Both parties were extremely fast. It was beyond the extent of the capabilities of one's naked eyes. They had exchanged over 100, or even over 1,000, blows within a split second. Both parties used their entire strength. They didn't give any fancy chances to the other. It resembled the collision between two absolute powers. Luo Yihang was formidable. He was at much higher level than Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Zaiwen's tyrant body was even more tyrannical. Neither man seemed willing to let go of his hold on this decisive battle. Bang! 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 They had spared no effort and had given their best in this fight. The world itself had been shattered and reconstructed, and it seemed as if a new world had taken birth. In fact, it was being shattered and reborn with every successive blow they exchanged, and again. Whoosh! An extremely loud sound reverberated and blood splashed out. Yi Zaiwen's sword intention had opened a horrible wound in Luo Yihang's body. The sight of this wound could leave people trembling in fear. Luo Yihang had nearly gotten killed. In fact, he could have been cleft into two. Luo Yihang was panting heavily. He had nearly lost his life to Yi Shiwen a moment ago. He hadn't expected this to happen. Perhaps he didn't think that Yi Shiwen could have the strength to injure him. He had never thought that he would be forced into such a distressful situation one day. His strength was considered relatively superior to others, even among the experts of same level. Luo Yihang was at the peak of half-step legendary 9th stage, and a very few experts of the same level could stand up to him. Hence, he hadn't considered that he could lose to Yi Shiwen. Luo Yihang's eyes turned even colder. He then shouted, "Die!" Then Luo Yihang raised his long blade and rushed forward. He arrived in front of Yi Shiwen in a flash. His long blade had streaked across the sky and had shattering the space along its path into small pieces. It was an extremely terrifying scene. Yi Shiwen had occupied the winning position. Hence, he was calm. His sword intention transformed into a long sword. The killing intention flickered at the tip of the sword as the sword light darted outwards. Both parties had displayed terrifying fighting strength. In fact, it had exceeded far above their respective levels. Luo Yihang's long blade had evolved into the image of a god spirit. It seemed as if it was talking a stroll on earth. It felt as if it had then gotten angry and had cracked open the heaven upon witnessing the hardships that exist in the mortal world. It seemed aloof from worldly affairs. It didn't appear to have originated from the heavenly principle. The powerful blade beam had suppressed the surrounding space. Yi Zaiwen's sword light darted outwards. His sword intention started to produce a buzzing sound. It seemed to have been stimulated by the sudden evolution in Luo Yihang's blade technique. It congealed into an illusory shadow in the sky. It was the ghostly figure of that old sword expert whom Yi Shiwen had seen some time back. An intense and imposing aura swept across. It seemed as if it could puncture the world. A pure sword intention wantonly emerged out from the shadow of that old sword expert. He was the sword was him. The blade beam and sword intention collided again. That blade god and the old sword expert maliciously collided into each other. This wasn't a collision between two moves. It was a collision of two wills. This was a collision of two entirely different styles of comprehensions. That blade skill of that god carrying a blade in its hand was tyrannical enough to dominate the world. However, it was hard to tell what sort of hidden skills that old sword expert possessed, since a single sword attack of his was capable of breaking out 10,000 principles. This was a collision of two entirely different martial ways, and it was extremely terrifying. Even the chaos had started to boil. In fact, it seemed as if the entire universe was about to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yi Shiwen hadn't anticipated that a god spirit could be resurrected inside his sword intention. However, he couldn't do much about it at this time. He didn't think too much about it, and rushed forth to confront the enemy. Bang! Both bodies were sent flying in opposite directions post the collision. Luo Yihang's body had been stabbed by Yi Shiwen. A huge hole had been opened in it. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't in a good condition either. Luo Yihang's blade energy had cut open a huge wound on his body, and blood had started to drip from it. This Luo Yihang wasn't ordinary. A very few people could reach legendary 9th stage. Both parties were powerful enough to display the invincible strength of legendary 9th stage. Therefore, both parties had been fighting head-on and had given a tough fight to each other. However, Yi Shiwen was fearless, and the look in his eyes had turned even more profound. It could be seen that his wounds were getting restored very quickly. His attacks were even faster than battered Luo Yihang's. In fact, Luo Yihang had already suffered 2 consecutive losses. This was the advantage in Yi Zaiwen's favor. It was also one of his hidden trump cards. Suddenly, Yi Zaiwen's hand formed a Han seal. A huge mountain seal pressed down like a gigantic dragon and smashed on Luo Yihang's back. The man wasn't able to avoid the attack, since his fighting strength wasn't at its peak condition after having suffered 2 consecutive losses at Yi Shiwen's hands. And now that Han seal had suddenly dropped from above, he couldn't respond quickly enough and got hit. Bang! He was smashed to the ground by the Han seal. A large crater was made in the ground. Ah! Luo Yihang roared loudly. He struggled to break free from Yi Zaiwen's Han seal. His terrifying power slashed the nearby land. He was in a difficult situation. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. He was stubbornly staring at Yi Shiwen. His terrifying killing intention was locked on Yi Shiwen. He was young and was proud of himself. He had been treated as a top-notch cultivation genius his entire life. He had never suffered such a loss. He had considered Yi Shiwen merely an ant the previous time they had fought. However, he had regarded Yi Shiwen as a worthy opponent this time. But he hated Yi Shiwen to the extreme now. His expression turned violent since he had suffered this kind of loss. Most people wouldn't be able to look straight at his hideous face. His long blade set off a burst of blade shadows in the entire sky. Each of these blade shadows could cut through the mountains and rivers. They flew right across the sky and rushed towards Yi Shiwen. It seemed that 10 million blade shadows had condensed in the sky, and they then arrived in front of Yi Shiwen like poisonous snakes. The entire sky had been torn into 100,000 rifts, and each rift extended up to several hundred meters. It was an extremely terrifying scene. Yi Shiwen sneered. Another Hans seal descended. It rushed toward the incoming blade shadows and destroyed them. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't done yet. He brandished his sword, and the sword in tension shattered the space into countless pieces as it rushed forward to face those incoming blade beams. Bang! Yi Shiwen's sword in tension destroyed those blade beams. Then he rushed over and stretched out his hands. He then displayed the hidden dragon rising from the abyss move. His hands turned into a pair of dragon's claws. They brimmed with golden light as they tore the space. Bang! The astonishing crack opened the entire space. It extended up to far distances and seemed to have destroyed all obstacles in its path. Nothing could withstand this attack. But this attack hadn't been directed at the enemy's main body. Rather, it had torn the space open and broken it into small pieces. This had made it impossible for the enemy to stand. This attack soon arrived in front of Luo Yihang, but he wasn't able to evade the attack. He stretched out his hands to block it. However, he was unable to resist the terrifying energy of the attack. His hands started to get boiled up. Luo Yihang retreated promptly. However, he couldn't do it quickly enough since he was wounded. His right arm was struck by the attack and was ripped apart. Blood started to gush out from the wound. His face was covered in fine beads of sweat. He was feeling severe pain and had been left to pant. However, he secretly felt glad in his heart. That attack was extremely terrifying. Perhaps it could have torn him into two halves if he hadn't avoided it in time, just like it had torn the space. Yi Shiwen looked coldly towards Luo Yihang and said, "Today is your last day." Yi Shiwen admitted that Luo Yihang was very strong. However, it was pointless since he was about to die. The more formidable an enemy is, the lesser chance one should give them to make an escape. Otherwise, the enemy would surely cause a big trouble in the future since they were allowed to grow up. Don't even think about it. Luo Yihang's body released a burst of unimaginable blade energy. It was accompanied by a broken fragment of his blade, and it rushed towards Yi Shiwen. It was an extremely horrifying attack, and was beyond one's imagination. The blade fragment contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. There was a possibility that Yi Shiwen could have been caught off guard if he had used this attack in the beginning. In fact, he could have gotten injured very severely. However, Luo Yihang's body had sustained very serious injuries by now. His strength had declined frantically. His attacks didn't pose a big threat to Yi Shiwen any longer. Yi Shiwen effortlessly avoided the attack. Humph! Yi Shiwen snorted and struck Luo Yihang's body with his palm. The palm attack killed Luo Yihang. To be continued. Yi Shiwen had learned the sword intention attack by mimicking the original sword intention attack displayed by this old sword expert. Chapter 358. Yi Shiwen found large quantities of spirit dawn and spirit stones on Luo Yihang's corpse. He also found various kinds of treasures. Luo Yihang had risen to fame abruptly in these recent 2 years, and Yi Shiwen could tell that he must have had an excellent family background. There were various kinds of medicinal herbs. Some were even over 1,000 years old. In fact, many of them were over 5,000 years. They also contained a premium herb that was over 10,000 years old. These herbs were planted in a portable farm inside his storage space. These herbs obviously belonged to Yi Shiwen now. These treasures weren't worth less than 30 million spirit dawn. Yi Shiwen once had far more spirit dawn than this. However, that was in the past. The mysterious space in his mind had consumed large amounts of these spirit dawn to produce spirit energy. However, There rarely came a time when he wasn't running low on spirit energy nowadays. He had basically been running low on spirit energy all year round. However, the spirit stones and spirit dawn found on Luo Yihang's body added up to millions. It was the same as obtaining an extreme wealth. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had less than 1,000,000 spirit dawn left. This was like a timely rain for him. However, the biggest gain was that sword code. It was called the Buried Sword Secrets. The origin of Buried Sword Secrets was quite profound. However, the entire swordplay only had 4 tricks in reality: Buried Person Sword, Buried Earth Sword, Buried Heaven Sword, and Great Nirvana Sword. Yi Shiwen observed it carefully, but he couldn't tell which expert had left it behind. One could discern that it was an extremely terrifying technique from the names itself, especially the last move named Great Nirvana Sword. According to the description on it, their universal chaos would take birth within the range of area enshrouded by Great Nirvana Sword. This would restart the cycle of reincarnation. Everything that would then enter the reincarnation cycle would fade away and cease to exist, including the user of this technique. This move belonged to the category of suicide attacks. However, Yi Shiwen didn't dare to look down on this Buried Sword Secrets. Yi Shiwen had majored in blade technique cultivation. However, he possessed the mysterious space. Therefore, cultivating this sword technique wasn't a problem for him. Anything could be solved as long as he had sufficient spirit energy. But the biggest profit was that half-blade point. It was uncertain where Luo Yihang had obtained it from. It was merely a small fragment of a blade, but it could emit chilling rays of light. According to YMO, it could possibly be an immortal tool. However, that might not necessarily be true. This small fragment of light-emitting blade point was a priceless material. It was beyond anyone's imagination. Roar! The divine Ho roared angrily from afar. The blade cage had disappeared along with Luo Yihang's death. The divine Ho had been waiting for this. It tried to escape. But how could Yi Shiwen allow his target escape that easily? He immediately pursued it. Yi Shiwen finally overtook the divine Ho after chasing it for a quarter of an hour. He sneered and slapped it. It went flying to the roadside. The divine Ho had already exhausted its blood essence by now. It didn't have the power to resist Yi Zaiwen's attack. "You will regret chasing me, human." The divine Ho looked coldly towards Yi Shiwen. It appeared somewhat relieved, but also harbored some resentment. Yi Zaiwen's was startled in his heart. He looked around, but he could only see a completely desolate scene. He couldn't see any living creatures. A chill ran down his spine. This scene was enough to make people tremble with fear. Yi Shiwen had a bad feeling about this. He decided to kill the divine Ho first, and then proceed to dealing with other things. "You don't have a choice." Yi Shiwen sneered. He was just about to kill the divine Ho with his palm attack. But suddenly, a huge crack was torn open in the sky. A big hand swept down towards Yi Shiwen to grab him. An overwhelming and heinous in nature power flooded the atmosphere as it advanced towards him. Yi Zaiwen's entire body was suddenly covered in cold sweat. However, he had no way out of this situation. He was carried off by this big hand. He then fell inside the crack in space. Yi Shiwen regained his conscience after some time and found that he had arrived in a valley. This valley wasn't very large. It was a little more than 10 square kilometers in area. However, this valley had a huge pit. Unexpectedly, dark red blood was gushing out of it. The blood flowing out of the valley had also permeated into the earth. Bang! 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 An ear-splitting sound of heartbeats reverberated inside Yi Zaiwen's mind. He could hear heartbeats pounding loudly, one after another. He felt as if he had stepped on the body of a gigantic creature. Suddenly his hair stood on end. "Who is this?" Yi Shiwen shouted. He was secretly vigilant in his mind. "It is me," an old voice reverberated. Yi Shiwen looked up. He saw an old man clad in a long robe. The robe was dazzling like the stars. This old man seemed like a warlord. His bloodlust could still be sensed. "Who are you?" Yi Shiwen asked. He was vigilant inside. He had a feeling that being caught and brought over to this valley might have a relation with this old man. Yi Shiwen could sense the aura of an invincible sage expert coming from that old man's body. This was entirely different from a legendary level expert like Yi Shiwen. It seemed as if a strong expert of the sage realm had arrived before him. He didn't know whether that old man would be hostile towards him or not. However, this wasn't a good thing for him. "I am the star colossus that had been sealed here," that old man lightly said. Yi Shiwen was immediately frightened. He shocked to the extreme when he realized this was the place where the star colossus had been sealed. The ancestors of the true Martial University had spared no effort to contend against the star colossus. Moreover, this evil star god had been the main culprit in the decline of the true Martial University. He had led to the decline true Martial University, and that too in its days of prosperity. How could he be some ordinary beast? It was hard to count the number of senior experts of the true Martial University who had died in his hands back then. Yet those senior experts couldn't kill it. They could only seal this peerless, ominous beast. How could Yi Shiwen not be in an utter shock after he had heard this old man relate that he was that star colossus? Yi Shiwen knew that there were many magical powers that could be used to change one's appearance. However, it was very hard to believe that this old man wasn't at par with that extremely cruel star colossus. It was no fluke that Yi Shiwen had been caught by the old man and had been entirely unable to fight back. He could feel the power of sage on that old man's body. However, he would have died innumerable times by now if he was only a sage expert. The true Martial University used to have many experts of the great sage realm. Hence, a star colossus of sage realm shouldn't have been able to pose any challenge to the true Martial University. The old man seemed to be aware of Yi Shiwen's doubts. He faintly smiled and said, "You've guessed it right. This is not my main body. It is only the incarnation of a wisp of my primordial soul." Yi Shiwen didn't heave a sigh of relief as one would expect. He was instead shocked further. How dreadful would his main body be if just a part of his soul had such power? This was just beyond the scope of his imagination. Yi Shiwen had suddenly started to believe those legends. This was a star colossus which had once turned the entire true Martial University upside down. "I don't know why Senior has brought me here." Yi Shiwen cupped his hands respectfully and said. Yi Shiwen was secretly alert. This exceptionally evil god had nearly destroyed the true Martial University once. He would certainly not find him for making reprisals. This was only a wisp of its soul, but it still had the strength of sage realm. Yi Shiwen didn't have the power to fight back. "Does the senior wish for me to help him in escaping from this prison?" Yi Shiwen glanced at that old man and said, but Yi Shiwen wouldn't help him. In fact, he would rather die than helping him. It wasn't because Yi Shiwen wanted to take a moral high ground. There might have been some room for negotiation if it were some other person or some great devilish being. However, this star colossus was a different case altogether. The star colossi were known to eat stars as food. If they could swallow a star, then they should be able to swallow a planet too. And their strength would advance by leaps and bounds if they were to devour a world. Therefore, the entire true martial world would be in danger if this evil god were to be released. This would be the so-called case of covering the nest to save the eggs. How would Yi Shiwen survive on his own if the entire true martial world was destroyed? He would collapse with the true martial world. That old man shook his head and said, "My main body is sealed. As per your current strength, you will be of no use, even if you practice for 1,000 or 2,000 years. You're too weak." Yi Shiwen listened, but he didn't show any indignation on his face. Indeed, he was too weak, at least in comparison to this wisp of the evil god soul that still had the power of sage realm. He indeed didn't have such qualifications. However, someone has arrived here after countless years. Therefore, I must bet on you. You should be able to practice to the great sage realm in this lifetime with your strength and talent, but only if you're favored by good luck." That old man glanced at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen clearly felt that he was being looked down upon. Yi Shiwen didn't say anything in reply. Indeed, his innate talent and root bone structure couldn't be regarded as top-notch. In fact, his ability was a far cry from those people with special physique and even Luo Yihang. However, he hadn't been defeated yet, and that was the fact. Yi Shiwen had always believed that people could have proud and unyielding characters. However, they must not be arrogant. People with lofty and unyielding character wouldn't admit defeat throughout their lives. Such traits in character were necessary to rise to the peak of martial arts. However, one must not succumb to arrogance. Arrogance had a tendency to carry one away. One may not be able to understand the difference between right and wrong. They may not be able to acknowledge the truth. Everything they would do could then be governed by arrogance, and this arrogance would only evolve over time. Yi Shiwen had been very clear about the approach he must have. He had killed countless disciples. Many were superior to him in every way possible. They were more talented than him and had better bone foundation. However, the sense of victory would get to his head if he would start to believe that he was better than them. And if one wasn't clear about themselves, then death wouldn't be far away. To be continued. Chapter 359. However, Yi Shiwen had never been discouraged because of this. He had never relied on his inner talent and bone foundation because he knew how to foster his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. Therefore, he didn't care about this so-called weakness of his. One could have good innate talent and strong bone foundation. However, these weren't enough to solve every problem. The strength he possessed had undoubtedly originated because of his reliance on the mysterious space. However, it had depended far more on his efforts. How could he have survived if he hadn't practiced like a workaholic? And how could he possibly have achieved such strength? That old man somewhat admired Yi Shiwen when he saw that he hadn't been discouraged by his remark. That man you killed was much stronger than you. Whether it was his bone foundation or innate talent, he was superior to you. I had thought to bring him here since I honestly didn't expect that you would kill him. That was beyond my expectation, that old man said. It seemed from his tone that he hadn't been optimistic of Yi Zaiwen's chances. I see, so the sword code and the divine Ho. Yi Shiwen suddenly realized that this old man had used these tricks to attract people. It was no accident that so many rare treasures and such an unrivaled secret technique had appeared so abruptly. Yi Shiwen had found it strange in the beginning as well. However, he finally understood that these things had emerged from this place. Yes, it was I who sent those treasures out. The old man nodded. This old man had swallowed countless stars in his evil god form. A few treasures didn't mean anything to him. Hence, he had used these treasures to attract several geniuses. Yi Shiwen, be careful. I can see that this old man isn't ordinary. Yi Mo's voice resounded in Yi Zaiwen's mind. The concealment of the heavenly source mirror was very tight. This old man had no means to find Yi Mo's existence. This is like fishing. He used those treasures to attract several geniuses. I don't know what his purpose is. However, you must be careful. Yi Shiwen secretly nodded. He knew that he mustn't let his guard down. This was an old habit of Yi Zaiwen's. You won't be the only one he'll select. Consider it an investment. You don't have much strength at the moment. However, you can become very formidable in the span of 1,000 or 2,000 years. Then, I will not have wasted my energy for nothing. That old man indifferently said. Yi Shiwen realized that this old man had used a long net to catch the big fishes, and these people would eventually become formidable experts. They could even set him free in the future. That would be enough as a return on his investment. These people would leave in some time. However, a large number of the topmost disciples would arrive later from the future trials of the new disciples of the true Martial University, and the scope of choice would continue to become bigger. In fact, there would be a probability of many formidable experts gathering here in the future. One might not see the result within a short time. However, one day these people would grow and become the backbone of the true Martial University. It would take a very long time, though. You're the first one to arrive here. I must give you this gift, even if we've been brought together by fate, that old man said. A mass of extremely strong star power appeared in his hands. It then flew inside Yi Zaiwen's body. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt as if he had bathed in a sea of stars as this mass of star power immersed inside his body. It was a very rich star power. He couldn't have absorbed this much star power even if he had killed thousands or 10,000s of star beasts of legendary 7th or 8th stage. Hiss! Indeed, it's really a massive amount of star power. Even a small planet won't have this much of star power. Yi Emo gasped. This amount of star power was enough for Yi Shiwen to condense Mars. In fact, it was more than enough. However, Yi Mo's complexion suddenly changed. He said, "Humph! Yi Shiwen, this is a trap. It contains a magic seed. This magic is a very malicious trick. It is mixed with the star power. The magic seed will get refined if you refine the star power. It will then get planted within your body. Then you'll become his puppet. He won't just control you, he could exploit you as well." Yi Emo said, "There are many ways of doing this in the devil world. There are various complicated ways of doing it, and all methods offer different qualities. However, the essence is the same. You'll become his slave if you refine it. You won't be able to run away, and he'll even be able to peep into your secrets. Everything you have will be dominated by him. In fact, it will be useless to become more powerful than him. His one whim will be enough to kill you." Yi Shiwen secretly gasped. A chill ran down his spine. Why was this evil star colossus being so polite? Only a part of his soul had transformed into human form, but one simply couldn't treat him like a human. It was still an ominous monster. One couldn't expect a terrifying star-eating creature like him to have good thoughts. He was so kind-hearted that he had released such great amounts of treasures and had given away such an abundant star power. He had said that these people would become formidable experts in the future, and that they might set him free as a repayment of that debt. However, their intentions couldn't be predicted. The will of a person was the most complicated thing. This star colossus had lived for countless years. Moreover, he was an old fox. How could he not have made preparations for this problem? Under no circumstances would he give away such great amounts of benefits without insurances. He was no idiot. However, this magic seed isn't some good thing to condense because it requires great amount of life essence from the user. Condensing 1 or 2 of such magic seeds can injure the user. One must do it only if it is extremely important. That is why very few people use magic seeds. Yi Emo said, "It seems that he has chosen you after much consideration." Yi Shiwen was somewhat puzzled. It had seemed as if the opposite party must be in contempt with his ability. However, he had then used a risky method like the magic seed on him. "What should I do now?" Yi Shiwen asked secretly. Yi Shiwen and Yi Emo were using the soul search technique to communicate. Very quickly at that. However, that old man arrived in front of Yi Shiwen in a split second. He then said, "You must refine the star power I gave you without any delay. Otherwise, you may have a problem in walking out from here alive." Yi Shiwen was suspicious. That old man waved his big hand, and a screen appeared in front of Yi Zaiwen's eyes. He could see that groups of experts were involved in a death match just outside this valley. One among them was the Sword Sage. He was leading the experts of the Sword Tomb. It was hard to tell the advantage that the Sword Sage had obtained, but he had jumped to half-step Legendry's great, complete realm. 1. His future prospects were limitless with such cultivation and strength. In fact, he would be regarded as the seed disciple, too, of the true martial university. However, that sword sage had been pushed into a disadvantageous position despite stepping into half-step Legendry's great, complete realm. He was running into danger one after another. He had been pushed into this disadvantageous position by that brother Fan of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. Yi Shiwen had seen the memories of the Xian Yuan disciple he had killed. Hence, he knew that this brother Fan was an illustrious genius among the disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. His name was Fan Ming. The lord of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall regarded him as an extremely valuable genius. He had recently joined the Xian Yuan Palace Hall under the care of the Palace Hall Lord and had gained much prominence. The lord of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall held a higher position than the heads of the peak in the true martial university. In fact, it was considered as one of the most influential positions inside the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. The sword sage had stepped into the half-step Legendry's great, complete realm very recently. However, Fan Ming had reached the peak of half-step Legendry's great, complete realm. In fact, he was only a half-step away from entering the semi-sage realm. However, there was a difference of heaven and earth on the either sides of this half-step. The sword sage was an exceptional talent, but he wouldn't be able to enter the semi-sage realm in less than 5 years. Yi Shiwen suddenly noticed that the sword sage was some he had known. He was clad in a black robe. His sharp sword skill was world-shaking. He had excellent strength. An average person was no match for him. However, he was matched against that Fan Ming. This disciple of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall was a terrifying existence in this session of disciples. The sword sage was that black-robed powerhouse Yi Shiwen had seen on the ancient road. Yi Shiwen had never seen the sword sage after entering the university. He had only heard about him. However, he had never thought that this sword sage would turn out to be that black-robed powerhouse. Yi Shiwen and the sword sage used to have similar strengths. However, the sword sage had broken through to half-step Legendary's great, complete realm in a very short period of time. Yi Shiwen himself had been struggling within half-step Legendary realm. Therefore, he knew that the promotion of every stage within half-step Legendary realm was no joke. Even Jian Wuqin had only reached half-step Legendary 8th stage after obtaining an inheritance. But what kind of an outstanding backing did this sword sage have? Yi Shiwen saw Jian Wuqin and Mu Ling in the Sword Tomb's team. The wolf cub was also there. These 3 people had a very tacit understanding. However, the entire battle formation of the Sword Tomb was under a firm attack from the experts of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. In fact, it could collapse at any time. Only a few dozens of experts of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall remained. They were nothing in comparison to the number the true martial university had. However, the situation was very different since they were only faced with the disciples of the Sword Tomb. The number of disciples in the Sword Tomb's party was a bit higher than the ones in the Xian Yuan Palace Halls. In fact, the disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall were far behind in terms of quality as well. However, the sword sage was being suppressed by Fan Ming. Therefore, the entire team of the Sword Tomb was being suppressed. However, Yi Shiwen didn't get much time to think about it because that old man put away that screen and said, "I've seen everything you've done since you arrived here. I know that you'll not survive against those disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. They wish to eradicate all disciples of your true martial university. That's why they've killed those people. You'll die if he arrives here. You must not expect me to protect you, because these disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall are also amongst these ones I've selected as potential candidates. I know that you're practicing a power technique that requires star power. You may obtain the strength to fight back if you absorb this star power." That old man's sharp eyes started to compel Yi Shiwen. To be continued. Notes: half-step Legendary 9th stage, seed disciple. A a special category of disciples who receive special benefits and resources from the sect. They're nourished and cultivated, just like a plant seed. Chapter 360. The old man's gaze was like a sharp knife. It felt as if the terrifying aura of a beast was firmly locked on Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen knew that this old man was afraid of the delay. The old man needed to make him refine the star power then and there. But the situation could worsen if Yi Shiwen didn't agree to refine it. He might also get killed. However, he would end being controlled by that old man if he agreed. Yi Shiwen didn't wish to become the puppet of a star colossus. He would rather risk his life to fight with this creature. Then Yimo's voice suddenly reverberated in his mind. Yi Shiwen, say yes! What are you planning? Yi Shiwen asked. I suddenly remember that my master had once established a strange power technique. It is called Heart Seed Devil Method. Yimo said, this great technique can grasp the essence and energy of the entire world and constantly suck them within one's body through the pores. It can then transform into real elemental energy and intensify the condensation of spirit. It can then control the target's mind. It is capable of seizing the world's good fortune and plundering the universe's essence. It is such a mysterious power technique. The most important point is that this power technique itself is based on a magic seed. Yimo said, for this heart seed devil method to work, the most critical step is to find someone with outstanding innate talent and an excellent meditative mind. Then, you need to use them as your very own practice furnace for practicing martial arts. You must dive in the depths of your target's heart in order for this technique to work. This technique will be considered accomplished once the magic seed is sown after going through all variations. However, not everything is detectable in the utter vastness of one's heart. The scenery is beautiful and can be seen as far as one's sight reaches. It extends to infinity like the nature itself. Sometimes the sun and moon shines when the sky is clear and windy. Thunder and lightning appear when the thick, dense cloud rains. These represent the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a person. They fluctuate unpredictably. Practicing this great technique is like steering a boat in a raging ocean. The boat will sink and people on board will die if you're not careful. It would be beyond redemption if it backfired. The body and soul will be extinguished entirely. This technique doesn't succeed even if it is carried out 100 times after a backfire. However, your martial skill can increase sharply if it succeeds. Moreover, it is important that the magic seeds are sown in people's bodies. You can obtain enormous benefits from those people with the help of those magic seeds. Then, you can have quick breakthroughs as well. In fact, you will soon break through into the sage realm if you can sow the magic seeds on the bodies of several experts of sage realm. However, the problem is that where to find the people I can turn into practice furnace in such a short time? Only this old man was present in front of Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen couldn't possibly be a match for this enemy. Therefore, he couldn't sow a magic seed inside this enemy's body. Moreover, the most important thing is that I haven't condensed this magic seed yet. It's this star colossus who has condensed it within my body. This magic seed is not a problem. The magic seed hasn't taken root in your body. It hasn't started to germinate yet. There won't be any problem if you can erase his spirit imprint and instead imprint your own on it. Yimo said, the problem of furnace cannot be resolved. There is only one way. You use yourself as a furnace. Then, the magic seed can grow by absorbing your power. This technique of yours will also be completed by the time this magic seed matures. Yimo blurted out this crazy plan. Yi Shiwen could use himself as a furnace to sow the magic seed. He could allow it take root and then grow gradually using his power. However, this kind of method was also very dangerous. The person who had sown the seed would suffer heavy losses if it were to die. Even Yimo's former master had only used his most loyal subordinates as his furnace. His martial skill had enhanced significantly after their deaths. In other words, there would be enormous danger if this power technique was to be practiced in a deceptive fashion. One could die if they weren't careful. Even if practiced properly, one could die because of the magic seed's disintegration. This was so because the person who had sown the magic seed must be willing for it to disintegrate it under these circumstances in order to prevent getting hit by a rebound. Then the cultivation energies would be transmitted to the body of the person who had sown the magic seed. Therefore, it was often seen that only the most loyal servants were turned into practice furnaces, since their masters could control the life and death of their loyal slaves. There was no problem for Yi Shiwen to use himself as a furnace. However, the biggest problem was that he would die if he couldn't practice this power technique properly. In fact, he could die even if he did practice it right. He didn't have a bright future ahead. This was a dead end for him. Yi Zaiwen's complexion turned ugly after he had listened to Yi Mo's explanation. But he didn't have any other option at this time. Perhaps the old man would kill Yi Shiwen on the spot if he were to refuse refining the magic seed that was contained in the star power. However, he would become a puppet of this star colossus if he were to refine them. This would be no less than death. In fact, that the old man would be able to peep into his secrets, and whenever he would want Yi Shiwen to die, Yi Shiwen would die. All right then. Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth and said his only options at hand were to either die or become a puppet. Hence, he decided to put his life on the line. Could be a possibility of finding a way out if he could control the speed of the magic seed's growth. I would never dare to disobey your order. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands in obeisance as he replied to that old man. He was hanging at the edge of a cliff. He would die if he wouldn't comply, or he might be left in a situation which would be no less than death. He must fight on to postpone his death. He didn't have any other choice. Very good. That old man's complexion turned benign once he saw Yi Shiwen complying with his command. Perhaps this old man's kind expression could have deceived Yi Shiwen, well, if he didn't know about this magic seed. This star colossus had lived for God knows how many years. In fact, he should have exhausted his life essence by now. Perhaps Yi Shiwen would have been deceived if it weren't for Yi Mo. Yi Shiwen had no other choice but to sit cross-legged. Yi Mo had instilled the method of practicing heart seed devil technique inside his mind. His mysterious space began to operate frantically. The spirit dawn that he had collected from Luo Yi Hang's body were brought into play. They began to burn frantically and decomposed into spirit energy. This energy then entered inside Yi Zaiwen's mysterious space. He mastered the cultivation method of this technique after burning more than 5 million spirit dawn. Thanks to his mysterious space, 5 million spirit dawn was a staggering figure for most people. Yi Shiwen started to operate the heart seed devil technique. He discovered that the spiritual power of the star colossus had been secretly attached to the magic seed which was wrapped inside the star power. The magic seed hadn't yet planted itself into his body. However, nothing could be done once it did. Yi Zaiwen's spiritual power came in contact with that of the wisp of the star colossus soul, and it frantically began to move within Yi Shiwen. It became crazy and its eyes turned bloodshot. Yi Shiwen snorted. He grabbed that little soul of the star colossus and threw it into the blood pool inside the heavenly source mirror. Roar! Intense rays of light were emitted inside the blood pool. The little star colossus struggled and roared inside the pool. However, it had no scope against the suppression of the heavenly source mirror. Its fate had been sealed as soon as it had entered the blood pool. It had no choice but to get refined. The speed of refining of such a small soul was extremely quick. Yi Shiwen quickly refined it and created his personal star, Colossus Blood Slave. Now, this blood slave would be thoroughly obedient to him. There was a chance that the old man might become anxious if he didn't receive any messages from this wisp of his soul. Hence, Yi Shiwen promptly ordered this blood slave to transmit a message to the old man outside. The message would relay that everything was working out as per the old man's plan. That old man watched Yi Shiwen attentively with his knife-like, sharp eyes. He could see through that mass of star power that wrapped the magic seed inside. He continued to look at Yi Shiwen as he unceasingly refined this mass of star power. The trace of a satisfied expression appeared on his face as he watched the magic seeds refining. Yi Zaiwen's universe began to transform as the star power was absorbed. Mars had been getting condensed inside his solar system with the unceasing inflow of star power. That luminous spot emitted exceptionally brilliant rays of light and attracted huge amounts of star power towards it. Bang! It was hard to tell how long it took, but Mars had been finally condensed inside his body. Clouds began to gather in the sky of the outside world. The heavenly tribulation had arrived for Yi Shiwen yet again. His strength would advance by leaps and bounds if he were to successfully cross this heavenly tribulation. Yi Shiwen didn't move. Rather, he continued to absorb that mass of star power. He hadn't even absorbed 1% of it so far. Its quantity was comparable to the star power present inside a small planet. It would fetch an unimaginable price if it were to be sold. In fact, most people wouldn't even be able to touch it. Yi Shiwen had been unceasingly operating the 5th layer of tyrant body technique. This was the so-called norm of poor people opting to study civil arts, whereas rich opting to study martial arts. Wealth brought enormous benefits to a martial cultivator. The lack of wealthy meant that one wouldn't have sufficient energy to support any type of body tempering technique. For example, Yi Shiwen might barely manage to perfect the 1st layer of tyrant body technique if he had only relied on his real elemental energy to temper his body. However, Yi Shiwen had been running low on Spirit Dawn these days. He had collected many Spirit Dawn from Luo Yiheng's body, but had need them for other things. However, this mass of star power had helped him in resolving his immediate energy crisis. The star power could be considered as far better than the spirit energy derived from Spirit Dawn, and it was far better for tempering his body. Star power was so precious that one couldn't buy this even if they wanted to. This was like the so-called rare iron meteorite. This iron meteorite was like a foreign object that had fallen into this mortal world. The iron essence would be extracted from it later, and the iron molded from it would be 100 times better than the ordinary one. That is because the former has been extracted from a meteorite and contains the power of the stars. Yi Shiwen had such an enormous mass of star powers before him at present. So, how could he not rush to temper his tyrant body technique? Yi Shiwen had started to operate the 5th layer of his tyrant body technique along with the absorption of enormous amount of star power. More and more rays of light started to emanate from his body. Even that old man was a bit amazed. A trace of greed could be seen in his eyes. He tried to conceal it, but it still flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, the fierce roars of demon beasts faintly reverberated in the sky. A group of robust and vigorous, beastly figures had appeared in the clouds. That lightning beast from last time had returned, and he had brought along 10 more. They looked so frightening that anyone would be terrified to see them. Boom! Yi Zaiwen's terrifying aura began to boil up. The 5th layer of the tyrant body technique had been perfected. To be continued. Chapter 361. Yi Zaiwen's aura started to boil, and a strong power galloped within his body. Yi Shiwen had successfully reached the 5th layer of the tyrant body technique. His gestures had become many times stronger, even though he hadn't made a breakthrough. The 1st layer of the tyrant body technique involved perfecting the skin and strengthening it to the toughness of steel. The 2nd layer involved perfecting the flesh and muscles. The 3rd layer involved perfecting the bones. The 4th layer involved perfecting the internal organs. Even if someone were to use their martial power to launch a surprise attack, it would still be impossible for them to injure Yi Zaiwen's internal organs once the 4th layer had been perfected. And the 5th layer involved perfecting the meridians. Every martial technique involved the release of real elemental energy to some extent. The more real elemental energy is released, the stronger the might of that technique is. However, the meridians wouldn't be able to withstand the rush of energy and would burst open if they were too weak. Therefore, it was very important to strengthen the meridians. The deduction of the fifth layer of tyrant body technique would be considered completed once the meridians were perfected. He had only practiced this layer to the preliminary level. However, his meridians had become extremely strong, more than double compared to earlier. Now, Yi Zaiwen's same techniques would be able to unleash more than double the power. Yi Shiwen had a lot of assurance in his heart compared to the time he had faced the previous heavenly tribulations. The heavenly tribulation had battered him, well, the last time. He had been thoroughly exhausted and had been put in a difficult situation. However, his strength had increased more than 10 times. Hence, he wasn't worried much. The thought of having a breakthrough had made Yi Shiwen excited, and he was eager to cross this heavenly tribulation. That old man looked at Yi Shiwen in astonishment from the side. Any living creature would be scared to cross this heavenly tribulation. However, Yi Shiwen looked eager to face it. This had transcended the old man's expectation. The old man wasn't aware that Yi Shiwen had been miserably oppressed by this heavenly tribulation the last time. In fact, he had never been oppressed so miserably in his entire life. However, he had somehow beaten it. Therefore, the heavenly tribulation had returned to settle scores. Bang! 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 Heavenly thunders had started to billow in the sky. A group of golden figures appeared in the clouds. The heavenly tribulation looked simpler this time. It didn't resort to unnecessary elements. It had just produced several dozen lightning apes. Their imposing aura had spread across the sky. Their ice-cold killing intention was locked on Yi Shiwen. This horde of several dozen lightning apes was mightier than a magnificent army. This heavenly tribulation was tougher than all previous ones. That old man was somewhat surprised to see this heavenly tribulation. He didn't expect that this heavenly tribulation would be so strange. What kind of person could cross this heavenly tribulation? The more terrifying the person, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation would be. An ordinary heavenly tribulation would mean that the person it had come for also possessed limited potential. However, a more terrifying heavenly tribulation meant that the person had unlimited potential. Such heavenly tribulations were very frightening, but there was always a way out. There would always be an opportunity to escape death. In other words, such a heavenly tribulation wouldn't have appeared if Yi Zaiwen's strength hadn't reached such heights. This heavenly tribulation was quicker than the one that arrives when an average expert enters the sage realm. Come on! Yi Shiwen clenched his fist. This heavenly tribulation would follow him wherever he'd go. Therefore, he needed to settle this here itself. He took a step and turned into a golden streamer of light. He then penetrated into the tribulation clouds. He hadn't only planned to cross this tribulation. He had also decided to take the first initiative. Yi Shiwen took the initiative and flew towards that horde of lightning apes. This provoked the heavenly tribulation. They roared and rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. Yi Shiwen realized that these lightning apes were somewhat different from the one he had fought earlier. They were far more powerful. Each of them had put forth simple but extremely terrifying martial arts. They had swords, spears, blades, halberds, and also new fist techniques. They exhibited a power so terrifying that it went beyond one's imagination. Yi Shiwen sneered. His strength had increased several times after deducing the fifth layer of the tyrant body technique. He didn't fall weak while he faced the attacks of those lightning apes. He rushed into that horde of lightning apes without any hesitation. Yi Shiwen didn't use any powerful martial arts. An ordinary punch or kick could carry great force as well. This was the so-called act of giving up affectation to regain one's natural state. Yi Shiwen had reached a level of strength wherein his kicks and fists were in line with the principles of Tao 1. Hence, his attacks were far more terrifying than those of the lightning apes. Yi Shiwen wasn't the strongest in the younger generation, but his understanding of Tao wasn't less than anyone. The reason was simple. He possessed the mysterious space, and he kept deducing the Tao principles. Thus, his understanding of Tao enhanced with each passing second. It was impossible for others to have this factor. However, Yi Shiwen had been relying on it for some time now. He had condensed Mars, as well as deduced the fifth layer of tyrant body technique. His strength had become tyrannical, and his understanding of Tao had reached an inconceivable extent. Bang! Yi Shiwen raised his hand to block the attack of a lightning ape. The lightning ape slashed its lightning blade horizontally, and a dreadful power began to boil upon Yi Zaiwen's arm. An ordinary person would have been cleft into two by this blade attack. However, that lightning blade couldn't injure Yi Shiwen. It could only send ripples on his armor of golden divinities. They seemed to spread as if they were on the surface of water. Yi Shiwen turned around and shot his fist. The entire atmosphere started to boil due to the terrifying pressure of the punch. It seemed like it would suppress the heaven itself. Bang! A lightning ape's body had been burst open by Yi Shiwen. It quickly respawned at a different place, but its size had visibly decreased. That was because some of its lightning energy had been absorbed by Yi Shiwen. Yi Zaiwen's strength had increased a little, and that lightning ape's had been weakened. Bang! A lightning ape rushed forward and launched a kick. It literally trod the space and shattered it into pieces. It arrived in front of Yi Shiwen and trampled with a terrifying strength. Yi Shiwen reflexively turned around and grabbed that lightning ape with his hands. The lightning energy scattered from its body, but couldn't injure him. Yi Shiwen threw that lightning ape. It almost seemed as if he had treated the ape as a weapon. Bang! Another lightning ape was struck by the one thrown away by Yi Shiwen. It was then split into two halves. Yi Zaiwen's newfound strength was truly horrifying. This scene could have scared anyone to death. The heavenly tribulations were extremely terrifying for most people. They usually practiced for a long time before encountering one. However, the heavenly tribulation turned out to be deadlier every time. All strange heavenly tribulations were extremely terrifying. One could see that each of these lightning apes were exceptionally dreadful. They upheld the will of the heavenly law. Each of these lightning apes could beat the experts at the peak of half-step legendary ninth stage. Their individual strengths didn't differ much from that of Luo Yihang. They rushed to kill Yi Shiwen, all at the same time. Other experts wouldn't come across a heavenly tribulation like Yi Zaiwen's. However, Yi Shiwen was playing with these lightning apes as if they were weapons. Yi Shiwen grabbed a lightning ape as if it were a large blade. The large blade danced in his hand and unexpectedly unleashed a blade technique. It then chopped the other lightning apes in half. However, they were made up of lightning. They quickly respawned. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't discouraged because a significant portion of their innate energy would be absorbed by him every time they'd be chopped in half. They wouldn't be able to fight for long at this rate. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen brandished that large blade and chopped down those lightning apes. He did this countless times. Eventually, he managed to kill those lightning apes. He then absorbed the lightning ape he had been holding in his hand. Yi Shiwen absorbed every last strand of energy inside the ape's body. He then gave out a loud shout and extended a big golden hand. His hand rose against the wind and turned bigger and bigger as it ascended in the sky. The entire heavenly tribulation clouds fell into his big golden hand. He pinched it and it exploded. It then turned into a tide of energy and was then absorbed by Yi Shiwen. Yi Zaiwen's martial power enhanced to a great extent after absorbing the tribulation cloud's energy. A massive amount of energy had gathered inside his body. His aura also rose gradually. He flew in the air and started to operate the observing person's scripture endlessly. An exceptionally intense starlight erupted inside Yi Zaiwen's universe, and it illuminated his entire body. His entire inner universe began to revolve. It had the ability to revolve on its own, just like a small galaxy. This was the reason why he wanted to condense the solar system. However, this merely was the first step and nothing more. His strength would advance by leaps and bounds once he had condensed the entire solar system inside his body. He had this lucky knowledge owing to the virtue of his previous life. He wasn't a part of some high-tech research institute in his past life. He used to be an ordinary person. However, his previous life was set in the era of a massive technical revolution. His knowledge and wisdom were much broader than the people of this world. The indigenous people of this world didn't know the concept of the stars. The world was just limited to the world in their view. Yi Shiwen couldn't have created the observing person scripture without the knowledge from his past life. It was the base of this creation. Bang! Yi Zaiwen's imposing aura had been rising unceasingly. He eventually crossed the barrier and stepped into half-step legendary 7th stage. That flood of energy had shattered the barrier of this stage. Yi Shiwen opened his eyes after a long time. He had entered the half-step legendary 7th stage. He could easily contend with the experts of half-step legendary's great, complete realm with his current strength. To be continued notes Tao/Tao, the absolute principle underlying the universe. It combines the principles of yin and yang and signifies the way or code of behavior within itself. Its principles are in harmony with the natural order. Chapter 362. Very good. I have chosen a worthy person. A faint smile appeared on the old man's face when he saw the manner in which Yi Shiwen had crossed the heavenly tribulation. You're more mysterious than I thought. Come, I'll transfer some of my power inside you. You'll reach the heavens in a single jump. I will help you enter the half-step sage realm, that old man said as an evil ray of light flickered in his eyes. Yi Shiwen, be careful. Yi Emo reminded Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen nodded, secretly. He couldn't imagine why this old man would be so kind to him that he would help him level up to the half-step sage realm in one fell swoop. It was only half-step sage realm, but the word sage was attached to it. Yi Shiwen reckoned that it would take him at least 5 to 10 years to enter the semi-sage realm. 1. But did Yi Shiwen have any other option under these circumstances? He had already accepted something as fishy as the magic seed. So, he wasn't afraid of anything at this point. Yi Shiwen arrived beside that old man and sat cross-legged. A stream of blood was gushing out from the earth under his body. Boundless energy boiled in that blood which had moistened this stretch of earth. This very earth had given birth to those star beasts. Good, very good. A strange evil light flickered in the eyes of that old man. You're good to go. That old man roared lightly. Then he instantly shot his big hand, and it went inside Yi Zaiwen's mind. Yi Shiwen sensed that something was wrong. He shouted, "What do you want?" The old man had gone inside Yi Zaiwen's mind. He laughed evilly and said, "Ha ha! I never expected that a human like you would have possessed such a body. Barring those ancient human experts, I'm witnessing such astonishing flesh for the first time. It'll have boundless future prospects if I can temporarily reside inside this body. Ha ha ha! I'll finally get out of this damn *ed trap. I'll break out of this trap and release my main body. Then I shall swallow this whole *n world." That old man laughed like a madman. Yi Shiwen coldly looked at that old man. They were both inside his mind at the moment. Yi Shiwen stood on astonishing golden divinities. These golden divinities were surging as unceasingly as the waves in the ocean. There was a chaotic and dusky atmosphere as far as the eyes could see. This place appeared similar to a dantian. It was well-known fact that the so-called human body had 3 dantian regions. One was located in the lower abdomen, the second was inside the chest, and the third inside the mind. And that's where Yi Shiwen had stored his golden divinities. Yi Shiwen could feel the presence of his mysterious space in that dusky atmosphere. He clenched his fist. You have such an impressive amount of divinities. Have you slaughtered gods? That old man was extremely surprised to find these many golden divinities rolling inside Yi Zaiwen's mind. He, but these divinities will soon be mine. Weren't you planning to turn me into your puppet? Why did you change your mind so suddenly? Yi Shiwen coldly asked. It was needless to say that he was so angered that he had no reservations for giving face to the old man. He had been very careful thus far, but he eventually ended up speaking his mind. You knew, the old man exclaimed in surprise. It seems that you're no fool. I wanted to turn you into my puppet because the body you humans possess is too weak. I could barely instill a wisp of my soul into it. Therefore, the next best thing that I could do was to turn you into a puppet. But I didn't know that your body was so strong. It's on par with the bodies of those ancient experts. I can instill my soul inside your body without any problems. The old man had only intended to control Yi Shiwen as a puppet. But the old man changed his mind after he witnessed Yi Zaiwen's intrepid performance against the heavenly tribulation. He now wanted to seize control of Yi Zaiwen's body through his mind. I hadn't wished to be on bad terms with you. I'm not kidding. So, you can only blame your luck for this, that old man coldly said. His stature suddenly swooped towards Yi Shiwen. Your death shall bring success to my supreme cause. The old man's terrifying attack swept over. Yi Shiwen had no choice but to mobilize his divinities to block this attack. Roar! Roar! The divinities under Yi Zaiwen's feet reverse transformed into a terrifying ominous beast. The divinities Yi Shiwen had refined had come from different races, and these races were the descendants of the ancient races of beast gods. The divinities had reverse transformed into a unique ominous beast. It advanced towards that old man to bite him. Bang! 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 That old man suddenly launched an attack. The divinities, which had taken the form of an ominous beast, were no match for him, and got crushed. He had unleashed the sage realm's terrifying strength. Don't struggle. Sincerely allow this old man to swallow you. That old man laughed strangely and said, Yi Mo, begin. Yi Shiwen retreated as he shouted. Suddenly, an astonishing scarlet light blazed out from the surrounding chaos and maliciously crashed into the old man's body. Bang! The old man was caught off guard by this surprise attack, and a section of his flesh was parched off. However, he regained his composure. He then roared again and again as he rushed towards Yi Shiwen. His complexion had turned fierce. He stretched out his big hand towards Yi Shiwen to grab him, and broke through the protective layers of the golden divinities. Yi Shiwen opened his devil wings and avoided that old man's attack. They were pursuing and attacking each other inside Yi Zaiwen's mind. That old man was only a wisp of the star Colossus soul, but he possessed the strength of Sage Realm. Yi Shiwen was no match for him, but that old man was somewhat worried. He wanted to seize Yi Zaiwen's body, but he didn't wish to injure Yi Shiwen inside his mind space. Any injuries received in this part of the body could be very hard to restore. This was a rarely seen human body and was capable of holding his soul, and he had made up his mind to take over Yi Zaiwen's body. Bang! 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 Their fight had been setting off wild waves of divinities, and these waves kept rising unceasingly, one after another. It was an extremely terrifying scene. Yi Shiwen retreated inside the mysterious space. Boy, you cannot escape! That old man roared and followed Yi Shiwen inside the mysterious space. Die, you old fogey! Yi Shiwen shouted. A multicolored divine beam covered the entire area inside the mysterious space. It seemed as if the mysterious space had sensed a foreign invader and had reacted to their presence. The mysterious space suddenly tensed up and endless rays of light began to spread. The old man realized that something was wrong. He figured that he might have fallen into Yi Zaiwen's trap. He hadn't paid any attention to Yi Zaiwen's strength. Any plan or scheme was like fleeting clouds in front of his sage realm's tyrannical strength. It was radically impossible for Yi Shiwen to injure that old man even if he were to have the strength of semi-sage realm. That multicolored divine beam wrapped the old man. He couldn't free himself, no matter how much he struggled. Meanwhile, Yi Shiwen was crazily burning spirit dawn. He was consuming more than 10 spirit dawn every second. The strength of this star colossus was far beyond his imagination. Perhaps he was only one step away from entering the Great Sage Realm. That star colossus was so strong that it would be very difficult to imprison him for long, even if Yi Shiwen were to push the mysterious space to its limits. After all said and done, Yi Zaiwen's strength was indeed far inferior to the old man's. He had discovered that this mysterious space's intervention was little to none while he was fighting with the old man outside. However, the mysterious space would react ferociously whenever there was a psychic invasion. Shwa! A red-colored shackle flew out and penetrated that old man's body. It locked around that old man's collarbone. He bellowed, but he was entirely wrapped in that multicolored divine beam. He couldn't move. It seemed as if he was caught in quagmire. There was no way for him to move. He roared repeatedly. However, he couldn't do anything since his collarbone had been locked by the red spirit chain. His magical powers had also been sealed by the chain. His real form had been revealed since his powers had been subdued. He was a giant monster. Fish-like black scales covered his entire body. Its massive tail was waving vigorously. It had 4 strong hooves. Fortunately, this was his soul state. The size would have been beyond imagination if it had been its real body. Yi Shiwen found it hard to imagine the real size of a monster that could devour stars. Yi Shiwen heaved a sigh of relief once he saw that the old man had been chained. He then shouted, "Yi-mo, I'm throwing him inside the blood pool. I'd like to turn him into a blood slave." Yi Shiwen had been forced into tough situations by this old man, again and again. So much so that he had turned himself into a furnace to practice heart seed devil method. He had been set down a road from where he couldn't return. So he was furious and couldn't restrain his anger anymore. "Young man, you will die a dog's death once my true body comes out. I'll massacre your entire true martial world." The star colossus prototype roared. He was unwilling to give up. He had always known everything to be in his control. He had lived for thousands of years. He wasn't some young and inexperienced creature. He was skilled in planning rigorous schemes and possessed deep foresight. He would calculate and fortify every step of his plan before he'd proceed with it. He had put all his effort even while facing Yi Shiwen, a youngster whose strength was much inferior to his own. He had never believed in leaving loopholes. However, he had never calculated that something like this mysterious space would exist inside Yi Zaiwen's mind. An item like this mysterious space went against the heaven's will. It had jeopardized his plan and had pushed him into a very perilous situation. You're paralyzed, yet you dream of coming out? Try in the next life. Yi Shiwen kicked him. Yi Zaiwen's kick wouldn't have budged him if it had been his real body. However, this was a wisp of the beast's soul, nothing more. Hence, he restrained himself from kicking the star colossus to death. Yi-mo pulled at that star colossus after he heard Yi Zaiwen's words, and threw him into the blood pool. Roar! The star colossus roared in pain as he entered the blood pond. His constant struggles set off gigantic waves in the blood pool. But how could Yi-mo possibly allow him to escape? The star colossus had been shackled in the chains. The chains had pierced his body and had made several large holes in it, and the star colossus energy was being gradually transferred from these holes and into Yi Zaiwen's body through the chains. To be continued. half-step legendary ninth stage, half-stage legendary ninth peak, half-stage legendaries great, complete realm, semi-sage realm, half-step sage realm, sage, first stage treat, half-step legendary realm as legendary realm itself. That's because true geniuses choose to stay within half-step legendary realm and treat it like a replacement for legendary realm. The pinnacle of half-step legendary realm is semi-sage realm. It's called semi-sage realm because the next breakthrough will basically take you across 10 stages at once and you'll directly reach the pinnacle of legendary realm. But what's the pinnacle of legendary realm? Check out the hierarchy below: legendary first stage, legendary ninth stage, legendary ninth peak, legendaries, great, complete, realm, half-step sage realm, yes. The pinnacle of legendary realm is half-step sage realm. In other words, the old man is offering Yi Shiwen to help him insta-reach the half-step sage realm. Then, he will be only half a step away from becoming a sage expert. Chapter 363. There was a fight ensuing between two groups of experts on the outside. The experts of the Sword Tomb had gradually fallen into the disadvantageous position under the relentless and strategic attacks of the experts of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. In fact, the Sword Tomb was on the verge of defeat. However, the Sword Tomb's experts were usually very aggressive. Perhaps they would have been routed by now, if not for the consistency of their fierce sword attacks. But their situation didn't seem very optimistic despite their vigor. The wolf cub had sustained many wounds on his body. He was experiencing battles which were far more brutal compared to the others, since the disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall had brought various ominous beasts as their mounts. These beasts had joined forces, and had thereby increased their group's overall strength. Dangers sprang up at the wolf cub from everywhere, since he was faced with the attacks of those ominous beasts. Meanwhile, the other people of the Sword Tomb were too busy in taking care of themselves, and were failing at it as well. The experts of the Sword Tomb were all sword experts. A sword expert's only companion was their sword. Other things could be considered as burdens. Hence, their demeanor was naturally understandable. You might have all sorts of tricks and methods, but my sword can break through 10,000 techniques. A mount wasn't necessary for the sword experts. Consequently, the wolf cub was forced to single-handedly resist the attacks from those ominous beasts of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. His miraculous abilities had surprised everyone. One must know that the ominous beasts which had been brought by these Xian Yuan Palace Hall's disciples didn't have blood relations with the ancient mythological beasts. They didn't carry the blood of ancient ominous beasts. Yet, each of them was extraordinarily wise, and it was difficult to find their match. However, they had found a fierce, weird, and foul-mouthed opponent in this wolf cub. In fact, he was so ferocious that even the slightest lax in caution had costed their lives in this fight. The wolf cub had miraculous abilities, but the opposite party many ominous beasts. Therefore, it was bound to be difficult for him to deal with so many enemies at once. Soon, the wolf cub had sustained various wounds, and blood had started to gush out from them. Motherf asterisk cur. These guys are despicable. They launched a sneak attack on this prince. The wolf cub commented in his usual foul-mouthed manner. However, this hadn't slowed him down. Thanks to his outstanding agility skill, he was ahead of those ominous beasts. In fact, he might have been dead by now if he didn't possess such an amazing agility skill. In fact, many disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall had started to harbor thoughts of catching the wolf cub. They wanted to raise him as a pet. After all, he was the descendant of an extraordinary demon beast. To raise him as a pet would be a matter of pride. Jian Wuqin and Mu Ling were completely invested in dealing with their respective opponents. Therefore, they couldn't assist the wolf cub. Other people didn't even think of helping it, since their own opponents were very formidable. But it was the sword sage who was in the most dangerous situation. He was constantly under attack by Fan Ming. The sword sage had entered half-step legendaries, great, complete realm. But Fan Ming was at the peak of half-step legendary great, complete realm. He had attained a higher cultivation level. However, the sword sage had somehow survived owing to his outstanding abilities. An average person of the same level would have been dead by now. Welcome your death obediently. No one can save you, Fan Ming coldly announced to the sword sage. Isn't your Xian Yuan Palace Hall worried that the true martial university will find out about this? The sword sage asked in reply. He had fallen into the disadvantageous position, but he didn't show a shred of weakness. Humph, no one will ever find out that this was the Xian Yuan Palace Hall's doing once you guys are dead. Fan Ming responded in a carefree manner. No one would be able to determine that this had been done by the Xian Yuan Palace Hall once these people had been killed and the clues were wiped clean. In fact, it was possible that the true martial university might never come to know about this underground world. The matter of these people's demise would become an eternal secret in that case. It's a grand plan indeed, a loud voice suddenly sounded. It was followed by a startling sword intention that appeared out of nowhere. Buried person's sword. A loud shout resounded. The sword intention released countless principles of Tao and turned into a sword light. It then swept down. This scary sword intention had torn the space open. It had swept down ferociously and had set off a terrifying energy storm. Bang! 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 The Xian Yuan Palace Hall's disciple who came in its path got cleft into two. They died on the spot. Several experts didn't get any time to resist. They perished in an instant. They didn't have the strength to fight back. 5 among these slaughtered people were at half-step legendary 9th stage. These experts were considered as elites among elites in the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. They didn't have the reputation equal to that of Fan Ming, but they were considered seed disciples nonetheless. It was not because they were one step behind a first-grade genius like Fan Ming. It was because they might never be able to fill this gap of one step. It was a disparity between their talent and opportunity. They'd be considered top-notch talents if they could cross this step. They'd then enjoy the best treatment. However, they'd only be considered as second-grade geniuses if they weren't be able to cross this step. Moreover, there was a huge difference in strength. Who was that? Fan Ming shouted in a cold voice. He was startled by that sudden sword-light attack. He didn't know who had attacked him from behind. He couldn't fathom who'd dare to disturb him. You Xian Yuan Palace Hall disciples are too arrogant, a strong voice reverberated. Then, a slim figure emerged from behind the layers of space. He towed the long sword intention that had cut open the space. The sword sage saw Yi Shiwen, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. However, he didn't say anything. His entire body was clad in a black cloak. Therefore, one couldn't see his facial expression. Who are you? Fan Ming looked towards Yi Shiwen and asked, You don't need to know that. A dead person doesn't need to know much. Yi Shiwen sneered and replied, Boy, thank God you've arrived at the right time. Otherwise, this prince would have been ganged up and killed by these shameless bastards. Wolf Cub stated in his usual full-mouthed manner. Yi Shiwen ignored the wolf cub. Jian Wuqin and Mu Ling were pleasantly surprised to see Yi Shiwen. Only Bao Qin Wang's expression turned complicated upon seeing Yi Shiwen in the Sword Tombs team. He was happy and confused. He was happy because he knew that Yi Shiwen possessed terrifying strength. Everyone had witnessed the manner in which Yi Shiwen had struck down those disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall in one move. However, the enemy commander looked even more terrifying. Yet those enemies had been killed by Yi Shiwen in one move. The Sword Tomb's chance of winning would increase greatly if Yi Shiwen were to lend help. However, he was confused because they had an enmity with Yi Shiwen, and now they needed to rely on Yi Shiwen for the sake of their lives. Hence, he had no choice but to feel confused. In fact, Yi Shiwen didn't have a favorable opinion of the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb had a reputation of being an organization for sword cultivators. However, he had had too many differences with them. Yi Shiwen bore these things in his mind as well. He wasn't on good with terms with either of the two sides. Hence, he didn't want to help the either. In fact, he might have waited till one side was annihilated if Jian Wu-chun, Mu Ling, and Wolf Cub weren't in the Sword Tombs team. How courageous! Fan Ming smiled instead of getting furious. No one had dared to speak to him in this manner since the time he had set foot on the road of martial arts. And those who did were already dead. It had been a long time since someone had dared to be disrespectful towards him. Bang! Fan Ming shot the long spear he had held. The tyrannical spear point pierced through the space as it rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Whoosh! The terrifying spear point had cracked the space, and it broke apart into countless pieces. It was almost as if the space was made of the same material as that of glass. Yi Shiwen shot his sword intention in retaliation. It swept out an incredible sword light in the sky. Bang! The world between the heaven and earth had been shattered. The terrifying battle between these two had swept away more than half of the space. The gray-colored chaos on the other side had started to leak in. This battle was more terrifying than the one between Fan Ming and Sword Sage. The individual strengths of these two were far more than that of the Sword Sage. Fan Ming had reached the realm of man-spear unification. In fact, he himself seemed like a long spear. Yi Shiwen hadn't achieved the realm of man-sword unification, but his sword attacks were more powerful. He wasn't holding a real sword in his hand. He had merely created a sword using Dao. Yi Shiwen followed the Dao of martial arts, whereas the sword art was only one of the many arts in the way of martial arts. Hence, the sword art was incapable of dominating Yi Zaiwen's future practice. The sword intention danced vertically and horizontally in the space. It seemed powerful enough to break the heaven. Fan Ming's killing intention had started to produce real fire. Every time the spear rotated in his hands, it would cut open the vast sky and collapse the surrounding space. He was extremely powerful. He had unleashed the entire strength of half-step Legendry's great, complete realm. He had forced the Sword Sage into a disadvantageous position. However, he hadn't displayed his full strength. Sword Sage was the top sword expert of this generation. He had entered half-step Legendry's great, complete realm at a very young age. He had boundless future prospects. However, the Sword Sage had induced out even more terrifying power from Fan Ming than usual because he was an outstanding genius. Consequently, the outstanding Sword Sage had been suppressed by Fan Ming. Fan Ming's ice-cold eyes were extremely scary. His chilling long spear could make people tremble with fear. It caused the destruction and rebirth of the space it passed through. Even an ordinary spear would display the greatest might if placed in his hands, since he had practiced his spear skill to the pinnacle. In fact, his skill was very close to the Tao. His spear was just like a wheeling disc that was set to grind the living creatures of this entire world. However, Yi Shiwen couldn't be taken lightly. His strength had increased enormously after he had condensed Mars in his inner solar system. Increasing strength was far more difficult for Yi Shiwen than it was for an average person. However, his strength increased far more than an average person's would upon a successful encounter. The Sword Sage was at the half-step Legendry's great, complete realm, but his strength couldn't be compared with Yi Zaiwen's. Clang! 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 Fan Ming's wheeling spear clashed against the long sword that had been condensed from Yi Zaiwen's sword intention. Sparks flew about. Their attacks were extremely fast. It was difficult to track their movements with naked eyes. However, the clash of their attacks unleashed a destructive force large enough to smash mountains into pieces. The Sword Tombs people promptly retreated to a safe distance. They were dumbstruck by this battle. They didn't dare to approach the two fighters since their battle strength was astonishing, and their might was extremely terrifying. To be continued. Notes: Buried Person Sword. It is the first move of Buried Sword Secrets, which is also called Sword Code. Chapter 364. The strength of these two individuals was far beyond everyone's imagination. These people were elites in their own accord, but their strengths were far inferior to these two fighters. They were even stronger than the sword sage. Naturally, there was a difference of heaven and earth in the strengths of other people when compared to these two. These people wouldn't be able to block a single move if they were a part of this fight. Everyone present on the scene wasn't just dumbstruck. They were scared and apprehensive in their hearts. Those two were experts of the younger generation, yet there still existed such a huge disparity between their strength and that of the others. The space was fluctuating like the water surface due to the attacks of both parties. They were putting the entirety of their efforts and were unleashing their incredible powers. The real elemental energy was boiling majestically within their bodies. Everyone had realized that their life and death was dependent on Yi Shiwen. They would perish if he were to be defeated and killed. But would they remain safe if he were to come out victorious? Their attacks had thoroughly shattered the space. They weren't regarded as great lofty figures yet, but they had set off huge vibrations in the space. They were constantly attacking each other and were unleashing their miraculous powers. It seemed as if a sea of energy had surged to engulf everything. Bang! The vault of the heaven had been cracked open, and their attacks were breaching the space. Fang Ming's facial expression had turned exceptionally fierce. He had always been considered as the topmost young figure in the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. He had never been treated this way. The look of disdain flashing on Yi Zaiwen's face was unacceptable to him. Die. Fan Ming swept out his spear. An endless amount of spear energy rushed forth and blotted out the entire sky. Countless energy spears, made up of Dao, started to patrol at his side. These spears opened up black cracks in the sky wherever they went. Each of these black cracks was extremely terrifying, and they rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. You're at a wrong today, and am doing the good deed. You've killed so many our disciples. You've committed a crime that cannot be forgiven. You must die. Fan Ming roared. Yi Shiwen saw the energy spears blotting out the sky, but his complexion didn't change. He seemed a bit excited on the contrary. His entire body got covered in golden light and started to glow like an ancient god. I've killed many geniuses, but I've not killed the top geniuses in this territory yet. Yi Shiwen burst into laughter. He then launched an attack while surfing on the golden divine waves. It could be said that their skills had reached close to the concept of Tao. The complementary waves generated during their battle were powerful enough to split the space. Their powers had reached the pinnacle of the half-step legendary realm. In fact, they exhibited a trace of the power of the sage realm. Yi Zaiwen's divine waves boiled under his foot. Every step he took made the space tremble. It seemed as if he could cause a quake in the empty space. The space was gradually trod to pieces by Yi Zaiwen's steps. The long sword in his hand released astonishing sword energy in every direction. His aura was so scary that it would make people believe that the sword god himself had taken birth. An average slash of his sword had split open the thick layer of earth. The crust of earth was first stirred up and then quelled by the attack. It had seemed like an average sword move without much style, yet its massive power had crushed a thick layer of earth. Nothing could resist this attack. This was the second move of Buried Sword Secrets. It was called the Buried Earth Sword. Yi Shiwen wasn't parsimonious in burning the spirit dawn, since there wasn't much time, but he had managed to deduce only up to the second move of Buried Sword Secrets. However, he was far from the level of perfection. His understanding of the move had reached a considerably high level at the most. The power displayed was extremely dreadful, even though he had only achieved the high level. Nothing could survive under the crushing impact of this terrifying sword move. The spear technique practiced by Fan Ming was also difficult to deal with. He would shoot the energy spears, and they would spread like starlight. They'd cause the surrounding space to collapse. Then they'd fly far away into the distance and tear the endless abyss of darkness. Bang! A horrifying explosion resounded, and the surrounding space began to tremble. Many disciples of Sword Tomb were dumbstruck by this. They couldn't have withstood such terrifying attacks. They might been just 1 or 2 levels inferior to these two, but this was enough to create a difference of heaven and earth. These two are terrifying. They are the experts of the younger generation, but we're no match for them. Coming across such individuals in this lifetime, I'm not sure whether we're fortunate or unfortunate. We're not the strongest ones. We'll most likely end up becoming the bones to pave their road to invincibility. Their discussion hadn't finished yet. However, the fight between Yi Shiwen and Fan Ming had entered a superheated stage. Fan Ming held his long spear as he rushed towards Yi Shiwen like a peerless warrior. He forged ahead as he destroyed everything in his path. His boundless, imposing aura had set off an incredible storm. Yi Zaiwen's sword intention began to wrap up in his divinities. The sword intention integrated with the divinities and began to boil. It then shot towards Fan Ming. Bang! This was a world-shaking attack. The two insanely powerful energy storms collided in the sky and scattered in every direction. Many half-step legendary 7th-stage experts of the Sword Tomb were blown away by the fearful force of the shock wave. The terrifying shock wave swept towards Yi Zaiwen's body, but couldn't budge him. That was because his comprehension of tyrant body technique had reached the 5th layer. Fan Ming retreated several steps. He had sustained some internal injuries due to that terrifying shock wave and nearly spurted out blood from his mouth. Yi Shiwen recovered very quickly. Consequently, he quickly rushed over. He attacked again and went all out this time. The sword intention condensed into a sword and swept down. The buried earth sword conveniently appeared in his hand in the blink of an eye and rolled downward to crush its target. Fan Ming only got enough time to block. However, how he could block such an attack? He was pressed down by the terrifying power and was sent flying. Bang! He went flying into a mountain and came to a halt only when he crashed into the mountain's peak. Several of his bones had been crushed into fine powder by Yi Zaiwen's sword power. The experts of Sword Tomb became excited as they witnessed Yi Shiwen gain the upper hand. They would survive only if Yi Shiwen would have an upper hand in the battle. The mountain was severed and crushed into pieces. The dust and smoke soared up into the sky. Fan Ming was baffled since he had never thought that his attack would be so destructive. He had never imagined that it would leave him in such a miserable state. He was confident that he was unmatched in the younger generation. Even the prominent experts in the Xian Yuan Palace Hall weren't worthy opponents in his eyes. He considered himself invincible and thought that he would be able to obtain the supreme position while he walked this road, sooner or later. However, he had never expected that this attack would help Yi Shiwen to obtain the indisputably advantageous position. Fan Ming had looked down upon Yi Shiwen. He had never imagined that Yi Shiwen would suppress him like this. He was arrogant prior to this attack and had carried an aloof appearance, as if he was the best in the world. He didn't even consider the disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall of his generation as worthy of his acknowledgement, let alone the disciples of the true martial university. He merely considered them to hail from a university that had declined long ago. In fact, he was aware that several famous disciples of the true martial university weren't present here. The sword sage or Luo Yihang weren't even close to being his opponent, since they were only at half-step legendary 9th stage. This had made him look down on the true martial university even more. He naturally hadn't thought that he'd end up suffering such a heavy defeat at the hands of Yi Shiwen. However, he didn't have the luxury to think more on this topic at this juncture. He moved slowly since the severe pain made him gasp. He promptly used his secret healing technique to restore some of his injuries. Then, he held his spear and rushed towards Yi Shiwen again. The long spear became bigger and bigger in the sky. It soon started to appear like a giant dragon. It rushed towards Yi Shiwen, and applied its massive suppression force on him. This resulted in sonic boom, which reverberated in all directions. One could tell that Fan Ming hadn't held back this time. It was needless to say that Yi Zaiwen's terrifying strength had forced into taking this action. Anyone with eyes could clearly see that he no longer dared to underestimate Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was very calm, but he wasn't willing to go easy on Fan Ming. Yi Shiwen had managed to thoroughly suppress, but with great difficulty. He couldn't possibly allow Fan Ming an opportunity to make a comeback. The sword intention appeared in his hand, and emitted sword energy that swept out towards Fan Ming and pressed him down. Boom! The terrifying clash between the two set off layer upon layers of energy waves. They swept across the surroundings and applied a suppression which caused the space to collapse. The shock waves also swept out towards those two. Yi Shiwen didn't care since his body was extremely tyrannical. He charged inside those shock waves of energy and crossed it unhurt. However, Fan Ming was prepared this time. He drew back to avoid these terrifying energy waves. Yi Shiwen started to chase Fan Ming again. His body was far more tyrannical than Fan Ming's. He was fiercer and unbridled because of this. Fan Ming had to pay attention to several aspects, while Yi Shiwen was constantly tempting him to fight. However, he didn't dare to engage Yi Shiwen head-on. Yi Zaiwen's approach was different on the contrary. He was trying to find a way to engage the enemy in a decisive face-to-face battle. Yi Shiwen firmly believed that he should be able to defeat his opponent in a few moves. The outcome of a battle depended on several aspects, strength being one of them. But Yi Shiwen had an overwhelming advantage since he possessed an intrepid body. Poisonous dragon impales. Fan Ming shouted angrily. Suddenly, his spear evolved into a poisonous dragon. A massive amount of spirit energy congregated on the long spear as it arrived in front of Yi Shiwen to bite him to death. Suddenly, a fine light flickered in Yi Zaiwen's eyes. He had finally spotted Fan Ming's flaw. It was obvious that Fan Ming hadn't practiced this poisonous dragon impales move to the pinnacle. It contained massive power, but it had exposed his weakness. Indeed, it was merely a very small flaw, but this little chink was big enough for Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen brandished his long sword. It blossomed into a sword beam and routed the incoming poisonous dragon impale's attack. It then pierced its way through the spear energy and advanced forward. Puchi! The sword intention eventually impaled Fan Ming's body. His body exploded and poured down as a rain of blood. To be continued. Chapter 365. Half a month's time had passed. A major event of the True Martial University had taken place. The university's original intention was to test the new disciples' abilities in the trials organized in the foreign battlefield. However, this trial had ended up in the discovery of the sealed underground place where Star Colossus, the main offender who was responsible for the decline of the True Martial University, was imprisoned. The nearby space had been sealed since then. It would have been possible to use transportation portals to go inside that underground world. However, the entire place had become the True Martial University's restricted zone. It became clear from oral accounts of the disciples who had managed to come out alive that the Xian Yuan Palace Hall had sent a faction of their disciples into the True Martial University's territory and had slaughtered many of the True Martial University's disciples. This matter had made the entire higher authority of the True Martial University furious. They had furiously decided to launch a full-scale attack on the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. However, later the envoy of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall's faction arrived to meet with the lord of the university in private. The price they had to pay in order to quell the True Martial University's rage remained a mystery. The strength of the True Martial University and the Xian Yuan Palace Hall was almost the same. Moreover, the True Martial University was within their rights in this situation. Therefore, nobody would stand on the Xian Yuan Palace Hall's side since they had acted very cheaply. Many forces had risen abruptly after the decline of the True Martial University. These forces had mutually divided their territories, and they could not invade each other's area of dominion. Moreover, the very core of this newcomers' trial competition was to determine who among these new disciples would become the pillars of the true martial university in the future. But the Xian Yuan Palace Hall's disciples had slaughtered many disciples of the true martial university. How could this not have increased their anger to the utmost? The Xian Yuan Palace Hall's loss was naturally greater. The mere loss of Fanming was equal to the overall losses of the true martial university, since such disciples were very rare to come by. The true martial university had lost a very few capable disciples, but the Xian Yuan Palace's losses were much higher in this regard. Yet, people had ignored this point in its entirety, and the Xian Yuan Palace Hall had to face the consequence of their bad deeds. They could only blame themselves for blowing off their cover by failing to carry out this task in secrecy. These trials were supposed to continue for years' time, but the unexpected discovery of the underground seal caused this term's trials to end ahead of time, and everyone earned points and rewards in accordance with their performance. The tyrannical disciples had been promoted to core disciples. Those with outstanding performance were made inner disciples, and those with average performance were made outer disciples. Only the powerhouses of Sage Realm were eligible to become core disciples under normal circumstances. But Yi Shiwen was promoted to the rank of core disciple since his outstanding performance had single-handedly ruined the Xian Yuan Palace Hall's plot. In fact, there were some among the upper echelon who had demanded to make an exception and promote Yi Shiwen to the rank of a true disciple since his contribution had been very deserving. It could be said that he had single-handedly thwarted the Xian Yuan Palace Hall's elaborate plan. This demonstrated that his meritorious service was indeed enough. It was sufficient to make an exception and make him a true disciple. However, a part of the higher authority collectively criticized this idea. Meritorious service was one thing, but his current strength was far insufficient to become a core disciple. Only the disciples of Sage Realm could be made core disciples. They were literally breaking the rule by making this exception and ranking him as a core disciple. But the proposition to make him a true disciple was insane in their eyes. Only the experts of Great Sage Realm could become true disciples and enjoy the distinguished treatment. The disparity in Yi Zaiwen's strength when compared to theirs was too big. However, the most important thing was that Yi Shiwen hadn't yet displayed his full potential. This was his flaw in this regard. The disciples in the half-step legendary stage were tested to see if they could become peerless geniuses in the future and how big their accomplishment would be. The half-step legendary realm was to test the disciples and make a prediction about their future prospects. The more tyrannical a genius was, the farther he could walk. Yi Shiwen had merely reached the half-step legendary 7th stage. He still had to cultivate further in order to be treated as an elite disciple according to the standards of true martial university. A person could be considered as a genius worthy of investing resources into if they could reach the half-step legendary 9th stage. Many resources would incline towards the said individual then, but only then. The true martial university would incline many resources towards them to help with their cultivation if one would match this criterion of university. He could then make a breakthrough into half-step legendary's great, complete realm. This was done with the intention to nurture them into the future pillars of the university. Yi Zaiwen's strength had skipped levels to beat a far stronger opponent. It had attracted the attention of some higher authorities, but none paid much attention to it. After all, what kind of a genius wouldn't have the ability to display the power of higher cultivation level? Many experts had done this during the battles on the ancient road on their path of join true martial university. Yi Zaiwen's strength had indeed skipped a few levels with respect to his real cultivation level, but it wasn't impossible to achieve. Some people relied on divine tools, and some relied on various others' means to achieve a considerable rise in their power. In fact, some could even achieve the same degree of rise in their power as Yishuin had. Taking the help of external means to reduce the gap in levels wasn't the right path in the eyes of high-level authorities, nor did it represent that Yi Shiwen had enough potential. There was a possibility that he would get stuck at half-step legendary 7th stage forever. Then his future achievements would be negligible since the pinnacle of Great Sage Realm would be out of his reach. There could be a verifiable possibility of stepping into the Great Sage Realm once he made a breakthrough to half-step legendary 9th stage. Moreover, one could get a hint of a person's future potential in the half-step legendary realm. It couldn't be guaranteed that the future would be the same as anticipated, since every person had their own fortuitous encounters to credit. However, these guesses turned out to be accurate most of the times. Yi Shiwen had made a great meritorious service. However, many high-level authorities believed that he hadn't displayed enough potential. It wouldn't be appropriate in their opinion if he would be hastily promoted to the rank of a true disciple. The high-level experts of Law Enforcement Hall had especially made every effort to prevent his promotion. Eventually, the topic to make Yi Shiwen a true disciple had been left unsettled. Of course, these were just gossips. Different people had different opinions on the matter. No one knew what the higher authorities had discussed. However, Yi Zaiwen's fame skyrocketed after the news spread out. His reputation had risen steeply inside True Martial University. It had come to rival the fame of those genuine disciples who were called Heaven's Pride. Haha, I am really happy. Yi Shiwen didn't have big reputation before. However, he killed a formidable expert of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. The Xian Yuan Palace Hall's plan backfired this time, and they've suffered a huge loss. They have no choice but to swallow their pride and bear it. Indeed, the Xian Yuan Palace Hall had made an elaborate plot. All the disciples of the True Martial University may have perished if Yi Shiwen had been there. Fan Ming was used as a stepping stone. It has raised our True Martial University reputation. We now have two formidable geniuses of the Heaven's Pride level. First one is that sword sage who has established the Sword Tomb ground. He made a breakthrough into half-step Legendary's great, complete realm to enter the level of the Heaven's Pride. And the second one is that Yi Shiwen, he is clearly a monster. Fan Ming had an illustrious reputation inside the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. He was a prominent disciple of the Heaven's Pride level, but even he died at Yi Zaiwen's hands. I can tell that Yi Shiwen will have boundless future prospects. We have disciples like the Titan body guy, the one with heavenly phoenix body, Han Bin Wang, Honorable Senior Guangming, Qin Wang, Huang Jinshi, Sword Sage, and Yi Shiwen. There are a total of 8 Heaven's Pride disciples, and they all possess the strength of half-step Legendary's great, complete realm. There has never been this many in the previous generations. 1. It is too early to say that. Yi Zaiwen's fighting strength is equal to half-step Legendary's great, complete realm. It is astonishing, but his future is uncertain. What will be the use of his present strength if he fails to make a breakthrough into the half-step Legendary's great, complete realm? His strength is comparable to that of those other experts of the Heaven's Pride level, but what will happen if he fails to make further breakthroughs? The gap will only widen in the future. Then, he'll end up becoming a laughing stock. Some people were discontented with the sudden rise in Yi Zaiwen's reputation, so they mocked his name around. Yi Shiwen didn't care about the UPS and downs because he was too busy with something else. Countless people had challenged him in the days following his rise to fame. The other members of the well-known 8-peak experts, who were called Heaven's Pride, were confirmed to have reached the half-step Legendary's great, complete realm. Moreover, they could even challenge people above their own level. They would only find trouble if they would come across an expert of semi-sage realm, but they were unmatched in their level. Consequently, everyone knew that they couldn't go to them asking for trouble. However, Yi Shiwen was the exception. He had been designated the title of Heaven's Pride, but he was only at half-step Legendary 7th stage. There were many new disciples with the same strength. and many people couldn't bear the sudden rise of his fame. In fact, there were many who believed that he didn't deserve this fame. These people were top geniuses of their regions. They were okay with disciples of half-step legendaries, great, complete realm being called heaven's pride. But they couldn't accept that someone like Yi Shiwen had obtained the same title. Who was he in front of them? He wasn't even that famous earlier. How did he become so famous suddenly? Yi Shiwen had risen to fame because he had killed Fan Ming. The man used to be a Heaven's Pride level disciple of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. However, everyone thought that Yi Shiwen had grabbed a cheap bargain because Fan Ming had been injured by the Sword Sage. Yi Shiwen didn't have any outstanding abilities in their eyes. He was no big deal. It was hard for them to accept this fact. Many people thought that they could surpass Yi Shiwen. They wanted to use him as their stepping stone. However, how he could allow them to succeed that easily? He was no pushover to begin with. He tidied up about a dozen elites who boasted illustrious reputation in order to scare the others off. In fact, he had wiped the floor with these elites. The experts who had posed as so-called elite geniuses weren't even able to withstand a single move of Yi Zaiwen's. More than a dozen people of half-step legendary 9th stage were unable to stop Yi Zaiwen's one move. Their strength was marginally lower than that of Luo Yihang and Sword Sage. However, they hadn't been able to withstand even a single move of his. This had frightened everyone. Yi Shiwen got several days of peace after this incident. Yi Shiwen didn't pay any little attention towards those rumors and slanders. In fact, he wouldn't have bothered to engage them if not to deter and scare off the others. Yi Shiwen had a desire to fight with experts from all over the world, but only if the enemy would be a top-tier powerhouse. He had no interest in fighting average experts. However, he wasn't disturbed after this incident. He might not have great fighting strength like those other Heaven's Pride title holders, but he could easily tidy the rest of them up. Everyone had come to understand this clearly. Yi Shiwen didn't care about the rumors. He continued to refine that star colossus into a blood slave. Yi Zaiwen's overall strength had at most reached the half-step legendary's great, complete realm, and his real cultivation was at half-step legendary 7th stage. The refining process of this star colossus went far beyond the scope of his present cultivation level. To be continued notes. Han Bingwang equals Cold Ice King de Guangming equals Great Radiance Huang Jinshi equals Golden Lion.